Hello everybody, it looks like we're all live, ready to go. So, today we're gonna do a short flight from Boulder, Colorado to Aspen. We're gonna just have a little fun. We're gonna fly the Panthera. It's of course my new favorite general aviation airplane. I'm trying to figure out what this is on the side of this building. Is this just has a graphical glitch, or I don't know what that is, but that's like a mirrored building. It's weird. Anyways, so like I said, we're flying the Panthera. Probably the best plane, general aviation plane out right now that you can buy by Aerobask. So we're going to go ahead and get this thing started. And we're not going to fly directly to Aspen. We're going to fly around the Rockies a little bit. It's not the Ortho 4XP scenery. It's just the standard stock X-Plane 11 scenery. I've kind of gotten out of the whole Ortho 4XP because it's just time consuming to create it. It takes up a lot of space, and in the United States it really doesn't really look that good to me. I mean, using Bing, I haven't found a good overlay, a good provider. Bing, you know, everybody uses it, but it's just, to me, it just looks trashy. Of course, we still have the little screen jitter glitch here. Everybody seems to experience that. We need to go ahead and take our lag and chocks, remove those. 39.5 gallons should do. Let's go ahead and close our doors here. And we'll flip our master and avionics. We already stuck our key out, popped it in. Start our fuel pump. Get the autopilot turned on. Get our HVAC turned on. It's 5 degrees Celsius outside. That'll change. We're going to crank the heat up to about 20 degrees Celsius as soon as we get the engine started. So we have everything in place. Fixtures to full rich. We have fuel pressure. So we can go ahead and start the plane. Plane started, we can turn the fuel pump off. We can get the heat rolling because it's 5 degrees centigrade. It's a little chilly for me, so let's turn the heat up. About 20 Celsius. I wish this thing was in, you could switch between Celsius and degrees Fahrenheit, but let's see. We're not even going to set a procedure yet because we're just going to take off, fly around the Rockies a little bit, and then we'll fly direct into Aspen. So I've never taken off from Boulder before. I'm assuming it's only one runway. Maybe it's two. Pull up Sky Vector here and take a look. I don't have the charts for this airport. Actually, I probably should have made the charts for it. I think the big discussion yesterday was that we were discussing that, you know, perhaps it'd be nice if, you know, Aerobask would team up with somebody like Navigraph or something like that to provide charts for the aircraft, because the Eclipse 550 is going to have the same problem. You know, you got to import, you know, create all these charts. I'm looking for their Boulder Municipal Sky Vector right now. It's only a single runway, runway 8 and 26. So pop off the brakes. Taxi on out. As soon as I find the taxiway. So I have to go all the way up here. Taxi past the Cessna. is up here. So TCAS is finally working. So we'll throw the traffic on the bottom on the 650 here. So we'll throw the traffic here. So we do have traffic in the area. We have traffic at 4,900 above us. 180 knots. So he's really not a factor. So we're going to take off from runway 8. Lined up. Put that first notch of flaps in. We didn't do anything else. We didn't turn lights on or anything like that. So I'm running down the runway. I'll turn my lights on. I usually want to make sure those are on, but transponder isn't on yet either. So I'll just turn it on as soon as we get here. It's not that it really matters, but we're past our rotation speed. So just gear up real quick. Gear up. Flaps are up. Quick roll down the runway. Good to go. Flaps are up, gears up. Just for realism's sake, let's turn the transponder to altitude. And away we go. I don't know why it doesn't save my map settings on here, but I generally have these fixes turned off. That is range out to about 30 nautical miles. Let's range it back to 20. And I don't have this set. I have this set for heading. So I don't know why it doesn't save these settings. This is how I always fly. So we're gonna head west. Just a casual flight. We're going to end up in Aspen, maybe. I don't typically fly in the Rockies. I'll fly in the Pacific Northwest or some on the East Coast. If we don't have real world weather, we'd probably turn it on. That's the way it is if we turn it on. Customize. Real world conditions. There. That actually looks a lot better, doesn't it? So we have a TCAS warning. It'll come up in a second. It's above us at 1,300 feet. We're playing there. That's probably him. I'll dial up KVDU because I didn't get I switched to real weather, so we need to get the actual altimeter setting. So frequencies.
Boulder Muni weather. Wind light and variable, visibility more than 10. Sky clear, temperature 15, dew point 0. Altimeter 2980.
2980, that's weird. Flip that back. Continue to climb out towards the west. Westerly. Leisurely flight. Aspen somewhere. We do have the charts for Aspen though. Got my nice little glass of sherry. It's almost empty though. I'm not going to pay attention to the screen. I probably need to turn the autopilot on, huh? It's not showing weather. Reshow. This doesn't show weather. This needs to be shown. None of these settings are saved for some reason. So the traffic ahead of us and below us at 1,200 feet. Actually, it's 1,200 feet below us. So you can see him on here on the TCAS. You can see him there on the map. And you should be able to see him here as well. There he is. We're overtaking him because he's doing 140 knots and we're doing... Well, tell him what he's doing. As well, we're taking him. Let's put the autopilot on and we'll check and see. So let's turn the autopilot on, pitch up, set our altitude for 12,000, and we'll climb in indicated airspeed mode. See if we can see this guy. It's 2,000 feet below us now. Heading in roughly the same direction. There he is up there. So there he is. So we're just gonna take our head in here. Completely lost this guy. I don't know if he ran to the side of a mountain or what. He's not showing up on. He's not showing up on TCAS anymore. He's not showing up in the air anymore. No, this isn't the Vault aircraft. This is the Aerobasque Pipistrel Pantera, the newest aircraft by Pipistrel. By Aerobasque. Looks like so. I'm trying to find this plane. It was just here, and evidently it crashed inside that mountain because it's not on TCAS anymore. And I don't see it anymore. It's not on here either. So we're 12,000 feet now. We can go ahead and lean that aircraft out. So let's just grab this and lean the mixture back. So let's go ahead and pull the prop RPM back. Pull it back to about 2,500, 2,400. Let's make it 2,400 RPMs on the prop. Or as close to 2,400 RPMs as we can. And then we'll go ahead and pull the mixture back. And as a matter of fact, before I do that, I'm going to make a turn to the south so I don't get tangled up these mountains here, because I can't go very much higher. So let's make a turn to 150. Or 160, sorry. Come on, work with me here, heading back indicator. 140 is good enough. So I've never seen a plane crash into the side of a mountain on an X-plane before, so that's kind of first. And just get back to leaning this plane out. And no mountains ahead of us. So we have our cylinder head temperature here, we have exhaust gas temperatures here. So we're going to start leaning her out. So exhaust gas temperatures are going up. And as we pull back the mixture, it's going to cool back down. Theoretically. There we go. Cool. Okay, so I don't want to come back down. So yesterday I did a video trying to see if we could get the Pantera down to its Pipstrel says that the aircraft can do 200 knots at 10 gallons an hour, getting in a range of 1,000 nautical miles, and we're at 202 knots right now with 10.5 gallons an hour, so I'd say that's pretty close, or close enough. So we're going to fly south a little ways, or southerly, southeast. There's an airliner that was above us. That's Denver there, Denver area. And we can go ahead and pull up the charts for Aspen. KASE. Aspen, and we can see the charts. So here's our airport diagram. So approaches. I've actually never landed at Aspen, so this will be a first for me. It can tend to be tricky depending on the weather. this is all set. For some reason, the Panthera does not save your settings at all. I never had fixes on. I only have airports VORs on. So I'm just using this to just kind of moving this around. So mountains, clouds, and GA aircraft, and it really doesn't mix. I'll probably end up crashing into a mountain, but we do have the. We are lucky enough to have on this plane the actual terrain, so that alleviates some of that problem. Look, we have another airliner. Okay, we have traffic ahead. It's 5,400 feet above us, out there somewhere. It's kind of funny because Aspen on the approach it says what 13. You got to be at 13,007. 12,000 is the max with this plane without cabin pressure. We'll go up to 13.7 if we have to. I just love how the angles of the clouds are, and that you can actually see this plane through the clouds. Isn't that amazing? So then we can see directly. We can see other aircraft directly through cloud layers. Go ahead and let's fly direct to Aspen. Go ahead and tell our autopilot to go switch from heading mode to nav mode. Now, actually, you can, besides doing this, you can go into here, and we'll just go into it. Just use autopilot here, and we'll switch to nav. So we're going to make a turn. I meant to see if we're going to have to actually climb when we get to Aspen. We're going to go ahead and switch this tank over. Oops, not that one. Ah. There we go. We've gotten a low fuel warning on that white fuel tank. So now we're flying direct to Aspen. And we'll go ahead and turn this on. This anymore. So we'll turn back on traffic. Okay, so what we're going to have to do is probably to fly around this mountain. I'm not going to fly over it. See the mountain straight through there. So it looks like we shoot right through there. So we'll shoot for that. Still getting the screen jitters on RC1 that we were getting on all the others when we were looking at the clouds and looking at the ground, stuff like that. It's not as bad though. You can still see the aircraft through the clouds. That's kind of annoying. I think I do have X-Light turned on. Maybe I don't, so it's going to load right now. It's the X-Light light for, it's not the deluxe one. It's just with that to load. It's probably not going to make a difference because there's not very many free airfields. Shouldn't take long to load because I'm running X-Plane 11 off my SSD after having moved it from my hard drive. Let's take a look at the old Pipstrel. Our ghosts are piloting our plane. So we're going to shoot up this little valley right here. When I say ghosts, and you look at it like this, then you look at the outside view. You have a pilot co-pilot there. So we'll sit up and look. So we do want to fly up this valley. Snaking our way to Aspen, the mountains. trying to do is they're trying to avoid, just fly up through this valley right here and come out on this side. They will fly this way and then fly back. I don't know how fast hypoxia sets in this plane. Or if it even sets in. We'd probably go up and find out. I don't really want to find out. Not while I'm flying in the mountains. So hopefully we're on the low side. We're not going to hit a mountain. We're actually climb. I'm going to turn the autopilot off and climb up
Autopilot disconnect.
and see. The prop RPM back up. That's full. And there we go. I'm just zooming in here on the train. So all this stuff is higher than my current altitude. Or is it? They're definitely not going with that. Well, we're flat ground now. Let's climb up and see how fast, see if hypoxia actually sets in. You gotta remember that the Pipstrel is not turbocharged. It's just the naturally aspirated 390 with 260 horsepower. What I'm interested to know is if they've actually improved the flight model enough that you can actually spin it. So let's go ahead and try to spin. I couldn't spin the 172, so let's try to spin the Pantera. Got enough altitude. So we'll do it first, try it first without flaps. You can see the angle of attack indicator there next to the airspeed tape. So, install buzzer. And she's just buffeting. She's not even trying to spin. She just rolled over. She didn't spin. So I'm going to do it now with one notch of flaps. Try to spin. Nope, she just wants to roll. not spin. Same problems I had in the 172, they just wouldn't spin. X-Plane 10, you do it, and you can get them to spin. Nope, she just rolls. Oh.
Approaching altitude.
Oh well, evidently they hadn't fixed that part yet. So let's continue on our way to Aspen. I'll get up to about 13.7. As long as the hypoxia doesn't start setting in, we'll be alright. Alright, now we'll go ahead and turn the autopilot back on. And roll, nav. That's not what I wanted to do. 13.7. Climb back to 13.7 now. Like I said, I've never landed at Aspen. I've done the flight from Salt Lake City to Denver, but I've never flown anywhere into Aspen. This will be my first time. Crazy thing, you can level out at 3,700. No. All right. Look on. As long as we don't hit the side of the mountain. Flight plan, Aspen, load arrival, 3:30. That's not gonna work. So it has none of the GPS arrivals for Aspen at all. It's convenient. Hard to have approach, but there's not one for the actually that you can actually load. That's weird. First time I've ever seen that. Yeah, we're gonna hit that if we don't turn. Autopilot. We'll turn a little bit.
Autopilot disconnect.
So this is going to be a hands-on approach. We're not going to use any RNAV, no localizers, just visual. Just a straight visual approach. We do need the elevation of the airport though. Airport elevation is the other way, mouse. Airport elevation is 7837. So we have frost in the windshields now, that's not good. That'll make flying interesting. So do we have ice in the wings? I don't see ice in the wings. If you've never flown an aerobasket aircraft before, they do simulate icing, and they do simulate your windscreen freezing up, so evidently outside air temperature is -6. But it's clearing up, so. I just had to turn the defaulter on. Okay, we're about 30 miles from Aspen. We're down about 8 minutes. Flying right up below the cloud layer.
Approaching altitude.
The hole in the clouds. You can fly in the same cockpit. Q8 Pilot and Luna's World, they're gonna do it, and I think Luna's next stream. I forgot what it's called, Smart Co-Pilot or something like that, where you can actually fly as a co-pilot. I don't ever use it. The only multiplayer I've flown in here is on. I've flown on both VATSIM and Pilot Edge, and Pilot Edge is by far the better of the two between VATSIM and Pilot Edge. But Pilot Edge only covers the west coast of the United States for one-way and ATC and stuff like that. But it'll work worldwide with just CTAF and stuff like that. And you can fly multiplayer that way. As for on the same plane, I think there's a plugin called Smart Pilot or Smart Co-Pilot or something like that that allows you to fly in the same plane. But you both have to have the same aircraft. Like for somebody to do that with me, they'd have to have the Pantera. For what? For Pilot Edge, for the Pantera, or for that Smart Co-Pilot thing add-on? If you're asking about the Aerobas, this plane is $35. Pilot Edge is $19.99 a month if you're into Pilot Edge. VATSIM is free. And that Smart Co-Pilot add-on, or whatever it is, I have no idea what that is, because I typically don't fly with other people in my cockpit. So I make this landing at Aspen. If anybody has an airfield they want to fly from, just type it into the chat, and once we land at Aspen, we'll magically teleport to that airfield. I would say X-Plane is definitely worth the asking price, especially if you don't have X-Plane 10. Because I'll play both. I'll play X-Plane 10 because I have planes that work on X-Plane 10 and don't work on X-Plane 11. And also, X-Plane 10 performs better for me. X-Plane 11, I still get almost 30 frames a second on here when I'm not streaming. But I'll get around 45 on X-Plane 10. That's about 15 frames per second difference. But I'd say definitely get it. X-Plane 11 is worth it. It's better than paying $120 or something like that for the professional license on Prepare 3D. And you don't get as good and the graphics aren't as good. You don't get 64-bit. You get a crappy flight model. This is an i7, old first gen i7. It's an i7 920. And the graphics card is just a little 750 GTX 750 Ti, the EVGA for the Win edition. I use my PC more for light gaming and flight sim. I need to update it, but it's not high on my priority. And even if I do update it, yeah, it runs fine. Now, I had an AMD FX. It's funny you said it seems to run fine. I had an FX 6300 prior to this, and this i7, as old as it is, totally outperforms that 6300. And the 6300 came out in 2014. So people have asked me, well, are you going to go to Ryzen? Are you going to go to Ryzen? I'm like, I don't think so. Hey Luna, yeah, I'm enjoying it a lot. One of the guys is asking, you're doing that joint cockpit thing with Q8 Pilot. What is that add-on? Somebody was asking about the multiplayer add-on that lets you share the cockpit. Do you remember what that is? So everybody sees Luna's World of Chat. He's another streamer. Go subscribe to his channel, watch his videos. He creates epic what is the is it you and Q8 Pilot, or is it Mo and Q8 Pilot that are sharing that cockpit in the next stream? It must be Mo. I can't remember whether you and Q8 Pilot were talking about it, or you and Mo were talking about it, or Mo and Q8 Pilot. Oh, okay, there's my airport. I think it was Mo. It had to have been Mo then, Luna. Yeah, it had to have been Mo, because they were going to share the cockpit in the A330. Oh, what it was is on Mo's stream last night. Q8 Pilot came on and said he's looking forward to their cockpit sharing on the A330. So evidently there's a plug-in. I've been trying to figure out what the name of that plug-in is that allows you to share a cockpit. I'll ask Mo tonight when he gets on. There's Aspen off to our left. Somebody's been, did somebody make another Luna's World channel? Oh, you gotta stay for this one, Luna, because you gotta watch me fail at this land in Aspen. Oh, you got it? Sweet. Yeah, the plane is amazing. I love it. It's the best general aviation aircraft you can get right now. Oh, so there's somebody impersonating in Mo's chat when he was streaming last night. I didn't see him. I didn't watch all of Mo's stream. Okay, so flaps to position 1, gear down. Yeah, I'll ask Mo about it on Facebook when I get done. But what you really got to watch is that, yes, the whole world simulated X-Plane 11, and simulated X-Plane 10 also. So yeah, the biggest thing, Luna, is you got to worry about people stealing your content, because you do a lot of cinematic stuff. No pappies, no bassies on this end of the runway. No lights, and why we veering off to the side of the runway. Keep it in there. Here we go. He had a lot of trolls on his stream last night, Mo did. So, I don't know if the mod, I know he has the same mod that you have. I don't know if the mod can actually mute those people. I didn't see that guy who was impersonating you, though. I know there was a guy, Josh, on there last night who was just vulgar. You're the only one that's chatting. I'm using Restream, so there's other people chatting that you can't see. Yeah, especially since there was no pappies or bassies. I couldn't tell if I was on the glide path or not. This is the full version. Well, the beta is the full version, but this is release candidate 1. So, this is release candidate 1 of X-Plane 11. It's officially out of beta. So this is, there'll probably be changes between release candidate 1 and release candidate 2 and the full release. So, let's get the brakes here. We're going to choose a different airport now. Well, Mo does have moderators. And Luna does too. He has the same moderator that Luna has. We're going to change location to KDAS. KDAS. I'm looking for the... Thanks, Luna. What controls am I using? I'm using... Believe it or not, I'm using a... Yeah, we're going to make... if you see Rage and Rudy, he's in the chat too. That's my brother. He has a gaming channel also. And he lives there. I don't really live there. I live in the city of Fredericksburg, and I used to live there. He lives there now, and I go up there all the time. We're gonna start making videos up there, actually shooting videos and stuff like that. So you'll see more of the horses. You'll see more of that farm. I'm looking for Dallas. The Dales. I can't remember. It's near... Yeah, I told you, and Mo, if y'all ever come to the United States, y'all need to stop by. And we'll go riding. I'm looking for an airport. I'm looking for an ICAO code. Too late, I found one. Y'all are too slow. So we're going to Columbia Gorge Regional. And we're going to start a new flight. I can't wait till you stream the Panther. That's going to be a good stream too. I don't know if Mo got it though. Mo needs to get it too. You guys need to go on Pilot Edge so we can all fly on Pilot Edge. And do a live stream from there. Somebody asked what controls I'm using. Believe it or not, I'm using controls that are pretty old. I'm using the... Yeah, it would. Maybe you could even shoot a gun, because I know you can't shoot a gun in the UK. We have plenty of them. Somebody asked what controls I'm using. I'm using the Thrustmaster HOTAS X. These controls, I originally bought these controls for Arma 2 before the whole DayZ, the newish DayZ thing happened. When people actually played co-op on the thing. I bought this controller to run fly helicopters with. So I'll show you what it looks like. It just looks just like that. So I bought this to play Arma 2 and the fly helicopters with when we were playing Domination and Evolution before the DayZ craze killed Arma 2. But we're sitting at yeah, the same controls we use for Arma 2. Raging Rudy has one too. He has the same exact joystick setup. So we're sitting at Columbia Gorge Regional, also called the Dallas. It's on the Columbia River and the can't even remember what they're called. I was just talking about them too. Cascades. We got a pond there too, so you can fish if you wanted that. We got plenty of wildlife, bears, deer. You'll have plenty to do. It's 150 acres. So, okay, so this is Dallas, the Dallas. It's in the Cascades in Washington State. It's probably about 35, 40 miles east of what's that? KPDX, Portland, Oregon. And actually, we're in Oregon, not in Washington State. So we're gonna fly north, and it's not gonna take us long. We're gonna fly north up to Mount Adams, and then we're gonna fly west towards Mount St. Helens. Mount Hood is gonna be to our south. So if we exit the plane here for a second and we look south, you should be able to see Mount Hood in the distance, which I cannot see. This is actually looking north because that's the Columbia River in front of us. So looking back south, and I do not see it. Oh yeah, you get to play with the big simulator, Luna. That's not fair. Luna works for a company that does simulations for airlines, so they get the big mechanical simulators also. He gets to play with the fun toys. There's Mount Hood. So if you look here, there's Mount Hood in the distance. Yeah. Thanks, Luna. You have a great night. It's always good to see Luna on here. I don't really get to see him much. He works a lot now because he's always working on the actual professional simulator and not live streaming as much as he used to. He doesn't really have the time now. He's working as working with simulators full time. So let's go ahead and get this thing started. We don't have the chocks out. We need to go ahead and put more fuel in this thing because we nearly ran out last time. So let's full fuel. The doors are already closed. Keys in ignition already. Master, avionics, fuel pump, autopilot, come on, climate control. See you, Luna. Have a great night. Another big YouTuber. Excellent. And he's just marvelous at creating cinematic X-Plane videos. I keep telling him he needs to enter Q8 Pilots in Thomas Rasmussen's cinematic video contest. All right, Luna. So we need mixture rich. We have full fuel in both tanks. We need to go ahead and switch over and get our ATIS report. Active. All right, Luna, have a great night. And for some reason, I'm at the wrong report. KDLS, so we need the weather. So we can set the altimeter. So KDLS. And frequency set active.
Columbia Gorge RGNL the Dalles Muni weather. Wind 290 at 22, gust 29, visibility more than 10.
Gust to 29.
Sky clear, temperature 12, dew point 3. Altimeter 3011.
3011. Let's get those winds again.
Columbia Gorge RGNL the Dalles Muni weather. Wind 290 at 22, gust 29, visibility more than 10. Sky clear, temperature 12, dew point 3. Altimeter 3011.
Okay, here we have runways 7 and 25. We also have runways
Columbia Gorge RGNL the Dalles Muni weather.
So
Wind 290 at 22, gust 29, visibility more than 10.
I'm going to take off
Sky
runway
clear,
25.
temperature 12, dew point 3. Altimeter 30.
Go ahead and turn that off. Go ahead and start this thing up. Okay. So I have no idea where we're going to land at, but we are going to fly north up to Mount Adams, which is an active volcano. And then we'll turn west to fly to Mount St. Helens, which is another, well, it's not active. I mean, it blew up in 1982, but what am I setting here? Need any stuff here? So, you can already see the wind on the pitot. Brakes off, fuel pump's coming off. Again, second time in a row I forgot to turn my lights on. Transponder to altitude. There we go. Well, the cool thing about this plane, one of the reasons it's going to make such a big impact on aviation, I believe, is that once it's been fully tested and actually available for sale, is that this plane will fly on MoGas. It'll fly on automotive fuel. You'll lose horsepower. Fly on aviation fuel, you'll get I've got to see exactly where I'm at. Pretty much, somebody's asking if there's any good game tutorials for getting started with X-Plane 11. I'm at the wrong taxiway. I can always just back taxi down that runway because I guarantee there's nobody coming down there. I don't really think you need a tutorial to get started. It gives you a tutorial at the beginning, like a little tutorial. It says as you pitch and roll and stuff like that, and adding power and decelerating. And then there's courses on there, I think, to land. But if you've flown one simulator, you've pretty much flown them all. I came straight from Flight Simulator 10 and Prepare 3D straight into X-Plane 11. Didn't have any problem whatsoever transitioning between simulators. But I also fly like IL-2. I fly War II air combat simulators. I fly like Strike Fighters 2, which is a kind of a modern-ish air combat simulator. So I do a lot of flight simming that are not specifically X-Plane. I've experimented with other flight simulators, streaming other flight simulators, but none is as popular as X-Plane 11. So here's 25. There's a taxiway on the right that we should have taxied down. I was too busy running my mouth to actually pay attention. Flaps are down. Position 1, we're ready to go. Get on the center line. So if you look there, there's Mount Hood in the distance. So we're currently in the Cascades, taking off from Columbia Gorge Regional Airport. We just hopped over a bump. That's always fun. So gear coming up. And we're climbing out 105 knots. Now if I was climbing out in autopilot mode, I'd climb out in indicated airspeed mode up to our altitude. But I'm just flying by hand right now. And we're about 500 feet, flaps come up. And we're going to head to the north. That's the Columbia River below us. We do have some stiff winds. We have 27 knot winds from the west. So we're gonna have a little buffeting. This aircraft could use a yaw damper. Used to having one on the Epic Victory. Okay, so this mountain you see right here, this is Mount Adams. This is our destination. And then we'll turn and head west towards Mount St. Helens. Yeah, if you've flown Flight Simulator 10, you'll have no problem transitioning into X-Plane. I wouldn't worry about that at all. So you see the wind is actually buffeting us. Right now it's a little rough, turbulence. Nice view up the Columbia River. So I'm going to throw this on autopilot now. We're just going to set the heading bug for this direction. And throw autopilot on. Set a roll for heading. Set altitude for 6,000 feet. But we're going to climb in indicated airspeed mode. Or we're going to set the indicated airspeed mode for 120. So we're going to climb at 120 knots. And there we go. So climbing in indicated airspeed mode just pitches the autopilot will pitch the aircraft to 100 for 120 knots, regardless. I don't know what the flight director is doing. Probably because we still have Aspen in the flight plan. There we go. We'll climb in indicated airspeed mode now. So you can see our winds here. Winds 292 at 27 knots, gusting. So
Approaching altitude.
so autopilot. There's Columbia Gorge, that's where we just took off from. And there's Mount Hood. Mount Adams. And there's also another bug you've seen on this. You see the pilot, co-pilot here. You go to the wing view and there's no pilot, no co-pilot. So they need to fix that also. Okay, for some reason, we've gone off the roll here. I don't know where this plane's taking us. So we have to turn back autopilot.
Autopilot disconnect.
Autopilot is not capturing the heading bug for some reason. I love flying here. I like flying the Piper Cub. If you look on the X-Plane.org, if you watch some of the first videos, they have the Piper Cub in it. It's a free aircraft available on the .org, X-Plane.org, and it's got the actual Bush Piper Cub. It has big Bush tires and stuff like that. I like flying in the Cascades with that thing because that's pretty fun. No problem, Loic. Thanks for watching, man. So this is a volcanic peak in front of us. And what I'm looking for now is I'm looking for Mount St. Helens. Mount St. Helens is to the west of Mount Rogers. So pretty sure that's it over there. That up there would be Mount Rainier, another volcano. It's the one that's closest to Seattle. So if you're just joining, we've moved on from the Rockies. We've successfully landed at Aspen after having to navigate taking a circuitous route to get there because of low-lying clouds and the poor performance of this aircraft above 12,000 feet. So this aircraft is not turbocharged, it has naturally aspirated, I think it's a Continental 390 or a Lycoming 390. That's only 260 horsepower. And suffers at higher altitude without that turbocharger. And it doesn't have a pressurized cockpit, so that's kind of limiting. We do have a cap system though, or something similar to the caps on the Cirrus aircraft. It's right there. So if you're like where I am now in the Cascades and there's no airports within gliding distance, you can always use your caps. This is the Black Panther livery of the Pipstrel, the Pantera. You also have the Pink Panther livery. This is pretty cool. I'll switch to that because I actually like that one. Not specifically the color, but actually the so I'll apply that livery. There we go. So now we have the Pink Panther on the tail. So it must a little cloudy over there next to Mount St. Helens. That would be the volcano that's right there. Now supposedly there is a county airport down here somewhere. I've landed there before in a Cessna. on us flying here. If anybody has any questions on the Patera, feel free to ask. I've flown it probably about 20 hours now. I spent 20 hours in this aircraft flying now. I'm still picking up bugs on it. So, like it doesn't seem to want to fly in heading mode right now. That's because we have the autopilot turned off. So we didn't want that. We want 12,000 feet. I'm trying to figure out why stuff doesn't work and then autopilot's turned off. Never even turned it on. So now we're going to climb in vertical speed mode back up to 12,000. That's embarrassing. Didn't even have the autopilot switch on, that's why the autopilot wasn't working. You gotta make sure it's on. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna fly to Mount Adams here. We're gonna fly and we'll turn west once we get on the north side of Mount Adams.
Approaching altitude.
Mount Hood behind us. Mount Rainier. Just a sightseeing flight. One of the reasons I don't fly airliners is because I can't do this. I can't fly around and look at everything. So we're being hindered pretty much by a 32 knot headwind. See here. So we have a headwind here, 32 knots. I was considering heading up to Seattle after we pass Mount St. Helens. That's going to be a long flight considering the 32 knot headwind, so I'll probably end up landing somewhere back around Portland. I'm just looking up right now where I'm going to land at. So there's a small regional airport just west of Mount St. Helens, and it's north of Portland, Oregon. And it's also on the Columbia River. That's where we'll land at. So it's called Kelso Longview Regional. If the weather's okay, because they don't have an ILS. They only have RNAV. This plane doesn't fly the vertical portion of RNAV approaches, the LPDs. So Mount Adams. I've actually done a lot of studying on Mount St. Helens, so there's a lot of information once we get there. If we can actually see it. So just on the other side of this volcano, on the northern side of it, would be the suburbs of Seattle. And the same, if Mount Rainier erupted the same way Mount St. Helens did in 82, I think, is it 80 or 82, whenever Mount St. Helens exploded or erupted, it would take out those suburbs in Seattle. So, not somewhere I'd want to live, close to this volcano. I've done the Ortho 4XP scenery for this too, and I've done videos of that. Flying with the Ortho 4XP scenery around Mount Adams and Mount St. Helens. I haven't done it since they've updated the clouds and anything like that. And this is just a stock scenery. So we're going to turn west once we go on the north face of Mount Adams. Not much out here. It's the Cascades after all. Okay, we're north of Mount Adams now. We'll go ahead and turn. Head west now towards Mount St. Helens, which is here in the distance. I'm pretty excited Luna got this. If you don't have the chance to watch Luna's World on YouTube, I should check out his channel, his videos. They're by far excellently done. The cinematic videos that he does are perfect almost. So we're flying past Mount Adams now, Mount Hood in the background. There's a portion in the just south of Mount Hood called the Three Sisters that I've always said I want to fly there. I've never flown there. I won't fly there in this video, but I will make a video flying the Three Sisters. The Three Sisters are a volcanic ridge just south of Mount Hood, so it's three volcanic peaks on a ridge line. They're called the Three Sisters. I've never flown there in X-plane. or any flight sim. It's Mount Rainier. So if the weather is too bad and the clouds are too thick that we can't see Mount St. Helens, I'll just turn the weather off. But looks like we're going to be in the clouds here soon. If I was to travel anywhere out to the west coast of the United States, this would be the place I would go, the Cascades. I wouldn't go, I have no desire to go to California or anything like that. But I would go to, you know, Portland and the Cascade Range, mountain range. See some low-lying clouds in the valleys here. So we can pick up Mount St. Helens on the terrain map, and you can see it here. And it even shows the, because Aerobask, when they did this terrain avoidance terrain map, they're actually using the base mesh for X-Plane 11, so it shows everything that's on the ground. So if you look here on this peak, this is a volcano, and it's Mount St. Helens. So this whole north face of the mountain, when it erupted in the early 80s, it blew the whole north side of the mountain off. So this is all gone. And this is all down here in Spirit Lake now. The explosive force was pretty impressive. And we might not be able to see it. I'll turn the weather off if we can't see it, because it is pretty impressive to look at once we get there. Our 32 knot headwind has now become a 26 knot crosswind as we turn west. We're still flying at 12,000 feet. I'm not particularly concerned about terrain. I can see what's ahead of me, and the highest peak ahead of me is Mount St. Helens. And there's the peak of it right there. Shining through the clouds. I'd like to thank y'all for watching. I'm going to try to do more flights. I usually do some flights in the mornings when I'm able to. I'll live stream in the morning, but typically I don't really live stream a lot in the afternoon. So we're probably going to have to turn the weather off to actually see Mount St. Helens. We're only within 15 miles of it. And then once we get to Mount St. Helens, we'll fly direct to what airport did I say? Southwest Washington Regional Airport, Kelso. We'll fly direct to there. If the weather weather permitting, we'll fly there. So not much to see. I mean, we probably lean out there, mixture, and then get some more range. That, so we'll just pull the RPMs back in the prop some. Settle out. Pull the mixture back. This is something I used to never do. I never worried about mixture or anything like that. But now this aircraft has this excellent engine management system. So I can actually toy with the mixture. So about when I run one. So we're running 200 knots true on 10 gallons an hour. This is Mount St. Helens ahead of us. I'm going to go ahead and turn the weather off because it actually Mount St. Helens is impressive when you look at it. And we're going to lose altitude for a second because the altimeter's changed. But this is Mount St. Helens. This is the south face. This is the caldera, and this is the north face. And if you look at it, that's a volcanic debris field there. And Spirit Lake used to come up around here, and this is all debris in the Spirit Lake. It's kind of tragic. One of the volcanologists who drove up from Vancouver, one of the volcanologists were killed by the pyroclastic flow. He was either on this ridge line or this ridge line here. And as a ham radio operator, he was also killed there. A man by the name of Harry Truman, not related to President Harry Truman, lived on Spirit Lake. He was killed, buried under 300 tons of rubble, well actually 300 feet of debris. The tragic story is the volcanologist arrived just in time to see his friend, the pyroclastic flow sweep over his friend's position. That volcanologist was killed by a pyroclastic flow in Japan 10 years later. So being a volcanologist is a hazardous job at best. So we'll look down the caldera. Probably not, can't see it from this position, but if we go back out, you see the lava dome there. And there's actually a glacier in there now. It's around the north side, so it wraps around the lava dome as a horseshoe. You can't see it here. So this is Mount St. Helens. If you do the Ortho 4XP scenery for this area, it's absolutely stunning. I'm almost kind of depressed that I didn't recreate that Ortho 4XP for this flight, but I didn't know I was going to fly here. Okay, so we need to go ahead and fly direct to KKLS. So let's get back on here. Pull us up, add waypoint, and KKLS. We're flying direct to this. Direct to. And put this back on. Get out of here. Go into autopilot, hit and a half. And there we go. I'm looking at looking for an approach plate for this. they have a RNAV runway 12, which is what we're going to take. And I'm not going to turn the weather back on, just so we can see. Instead of having fly through clouds, so we're just going to set it back to standard parametric pressure for no weather. And we need to be down at, let's set up this approach for the RNAV. So out of here, flight plan, KKLS, load arrival. And we're doing RNAV 12, no star, no transition. And we're going to come in. Okay. So we want wind low because wind low looks like it's to the north. Okay, it's not. Yeah, it is. So if you do this, when it's screwed up like this, you have to hit this and hit direct to wind load. That's not one way. Direct to wind load. There. That's one way. So you've got to watch the actual autopilot and watch your flight plan. Because sometimes, like it was had me head into Yapik instead of going direct to wind load, and that would have totally screwed up our arrival. So now you can see our flight plan on the map. So I'm just going to bring the approach plate over into the screen real quick. So this is our approach plate. Airport elevation is 20. AWOS is 135.7075. At Yapik we need to be at 4,000 feet. We have 1, 2, 3 step downs. So we have at Kosra, which is on here. We have to be at 29. Yuxale, which is on there, we have to be at 27. And then $15.80 for AMAV as well. That's energy. Energy's $15.80. So the minimums here would be 900. We can set those. I probably won't, but we can. Now, no Airbus aircraft has the ability to fly the vertical portion of an RNAV approach if it has LPV. So, but the stock aircraft for X-Plane 11 have that capability. The Cessna 172, the Baron, and the King Air all have that ability to fly an LPV approach. We do not, so, and this doesn't have ILS. So we'll be at our next waypoint in 7 minutes, 55 seconds. The only positive thing is that without the weather, we don't have that atrocious 32 knot crosswind. So if I'm not mistaken, This is when I wish I had my. I've done videos on the X-Plane moving map where you can, it pulls it up in a window, and you can actually see where you're at and know what towns you're flying over. But correct me if I'm wrong, but that, I believe that's Portland or Vancouver, Oregon. Somebody who lives in the Cascades knows. Hello, William. Welcome to the stream. I didn't see your chat until just now. Hello, Outs fan. Thanks for watching. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, that's got to be Portland. Do you think this game is playable for a new player? Have you ever flown a sim before? If you've flown a sim, then this game is... then you can play this game. As a matter of fact, even if you haven't played a sim before, you can play this game. And I know people in the community don't think of X-Plane 11 as a quote-unquote game. It's a sim. But if you're new to flight simming, you won't have a problem at all flying this. Because as soon as you start the game, what's going to happen is as soon as you start the game up, it's going to have you in a Cessna 172, and it's going to teach you the basics from there. And then there's tutorials. I think there's a flight school. I think it's called flight school or something. I've never done it. In the menu, the main menu, you can actually do that. So yes. Do I think X-Plane 11 is playable for new players? Yes. But you gotta watch it because you'll get sucked in. Flight simming is expensive. It's an expensive hobby. I don't spend money on expensive add-ons like X-Enviro and stuff like that because the aircraft, you know, X-Enviro, it's like $70, and that's about what I've paid for the 2 Aerobasket aircraft I bought within the last month. So I bought the Epic Victory and I just bought the Panthera the day it came out. And I'm fixing to buy the Eclipse 550 NG when it comes out by Aerobasket. No problem, Jim. So yeah, I'm rocking the Pink Panther livery. See the Pink Panther on the tail fin there. So if you're just joining the stream, the Pipstrels, the maker of Panthera, the actual real-life aircraft, have stated that it can fly at 200 knots at 12,000 feet on 10 gallons per hour. And we're pretty much doing that. FSX or X-Plane? Somebody asked, what do you think, FSX or X-Plane? Coming from FSX and Prepare 3D myself, X-Plane. And here's the reason why. FSX and Prepare 3D do not use a real-world physics flight model. They use a spreadsheet. It's the same spreadsheet that FSX used, because and Prepare 3D is just a licensed version of Flight Simulator 10. So you have that. X-Plane actually models the air going over a wing, and you can watch this. If you go into, I'm not going to do it now because I don't know how it's going to affect my stream or how it's going to affect my frame rate, but if you go to show 3D flight model, it'll actually show you the winds come over the wing, and if you go into a stall, it'll show the wind will become red, and show you how the wing is actually stalling. So this models real wing, airflow over a foil. And one of the things that you get when you purchase X-Plane 10, or well, if you purchase X-Plane 11, you get X-Plane 10 automatically. So you have both. You get an airfoil editor, so you can create your own aircraft. You get you not only get airfoil creator, you get plane creator, so you can create your own aircraft if you want to, and stuff like that. Apart from the physics, the actual flight model, X-Plane 11 is 64-bit. Flight Simulator 10 and Prepare 3D are not 64-bit. So you're capped at 3.79 gigs of RAM. Prepare 3D version 4 is going to be 64-bit, but nobody knows when Prepare 3D version 4 is coming out. And then again, what Outspan said, as he just touched on, he said that X-Plane 11 looks great out the box. He's absolutely right. The stock scenery for X-Plane 11 is beyond anything that Prepare 3D or FSX can put out. Almost, I wouldn't say it's equal to like the Orbix scenery that you can get for Prepare 3D or FSX, but it's close, and it's good for being free, as being, you know, stock scenery. Alright, where are we flying into? So we're flying into, we just got into wind load. We need to be at 4,000 feet when we get to Yapik. So I closed that approach plate. We need to get that approach plate back up. So excuse me here while I pull this thing back up. So yes, we do indeed need to be down at 4,000 feet for Yapik. So let's go ahead and enter it here. We'll give ourselves 1,500. Enter, and we'll send in vertical speed mode. Yeah, for one thing, you are a brave man trying to fly a small plane from Alaska to Argentina. I get bored on those flights. Unless I'm streaming, I get pretty bored because I don't have anything to do. Just, you know, just looking around. No, I don't have a PPL. I don't have a CPL. As far as the Airbus A380, I don't have that aircraft. I typically only fly general aviation aircraft. The only big aircraft that I have for X-Plane 11 are the ones that came with it. And if you don't know which aircraft come with it, we have the 737-800, 747-400, and the MD-82. How long have I been playing flight sims? Just to give you an idea, the first flight sim I ever played was Flight Simulator 3 on Windows 95. And I was just a kid. So, actually no, it wasn't even on Windows 95, it was on Windows 3.1. But I also fly air combat simulators too. So I've flown L2 1946, L2 Cliffs of Dover. I have DCS. I don't really play it because the controller I have, there's just so much going on in DCS that I really don't have the time to learn it. It's an amazing simulator. It's just I don't really have the time to learn the system. But we're descending now to 4,000. We need to be there by the time we get to Yapik. I don't think we're going to make it. We might make it. We have 2 minutes until we get there. So if you've never seen the Pipistrel Panthera by Aerobasque, it's their newest aircraft, and it features the GTN 750 full touch, Garmin GT 750 panel, also the GTN 650, and the Dynon Skyview touch panel. They've had this for the actual Dynon Skyview. They've had this for the past. This is the third plane they've had it in. They originally had it in the E1000, the Epic E1000, which is a turboprop, and then they had it in the Epic Victory, which I also have, which is a single-engine jet, kind of like the Cirrus jet. And they switched it up in this aircraft and added the GTN 750 along with the GTN 650. And in their upcoming aircraft, the Eclipse 550NG, it's the exact same flight deck as this, which I told Lionel from Pipistrel, not Pipistrel, but Aerobasque. He's one of the developers. And the engine just shut off. Huh. Let's go mixture fuel rich. Nope, there we go. Engine's back on. So that was strange. So you saw there the engine stalled. We had no temperature, no EGT temperatures, no cylinder head temperatures. That was crazy. Yeah, but I told Lionel from Aerobasque I was a little disappointed that they weren't going with the Avio flight deck for the Eclipse 550, since the Eclipse 550 in real life comes with the Avio flight deck. But you can download the Aerobasque Eclipse 550, the earlier version. It's actually a freeware version on the xplane.org forums, and it has the Avio flight deck. The only sad thing is that it uses the commercial airliner flight management system instead of the actual Avio flight management system. That's a little depressing. But. Okay, so we need to get down here pretty quick. So we need to get down to 2,700 feet now. I can fly anywhere in the world. X-Plane 11 comes with full world scenery. You just have to install it. And right now I'm running 32 gigs of world scenery. That's mostly Europe. What I have now is I have North America and I have Europe. I don't really fly in Asia. I don't know where I would fly in Asia, so I'm not opposed to it. I've flown in Japan once, I think. So we need to get down altitude fast. I'm kind of talking and not paying attention to the flying.
Approaching altitude.
So we need 2,700. We are at Kasra. Going to Yuxel. We have to be at 2,700 feet for that. So we're getting a little behind here on the flight plan. And I'm going to range in a little bit here. So you want me to fly from EPWA? Start off flying from there? I can do that as soon as we land. So yeah, as soon as I land here, I'll magically teleport us to EPWA. The European buildings, there was a European building update, and I think it was in public beta 8 or public beta 9, that the buildings look more European than they did when X-Plane 11 first came out. So I don't live in Europe, but they do look different to me. As far as if they look European, I mean, I wouldn't know just by looking at them. So we need to be down to 1580, and we're going to send it 1500. Enter. And vertical speed mode. But I can tell you what is a big difference between European and US scenery. The biggest difference between European and US scenery is in ortho. So if you use something like Ortho 4XP to create scenery for X-Plane, there's a huge difference between what Bing puts out at zoom level 17 for Europe and what it puts out for the United States. I think, honestly, in my opinion, the Bing scenery, the zoom level 17 scenery that you can create with Ortho 4XP is far better in Europe than it is in the United States. And there's our runway. We have runway in sight. We're going to go ahead and set this landing up. So let's go ahead and lower our gear. Landing gear is coming down. We'll set flaps to flap 1, which is 15-degree flaps. Keep our airspeed up here. This aircraft is touchy at low speed. I don't know if it's just the aircraft or the fact that I haven't set the dead zone on my controller. I've tightened the control up as much as I could. You'll see when I kick off the autopilot. I'm just going to send... You see when I kick off the autopilot. So autopilot disengaged.
Approaching altitude.
And I'm way high. You can see the pappy lights on the right side of the runway. So I'm going to descend down into the glide slope. Normally you wouldn't descend at 1600 feet per minute, but I've been running my mouth on the stream and not paying attention to flying. So I'm going to get down here and get this thing landed. You see a train there moving along the tracks. And I'm on the glide strip. I have 2 white, 2 red, or 2 green and 2 red. I think it's whites. And I'm going to kick in that last notch of flaps, so we have full flaps now. Our city is somewhat recognizable. They can be. There's a add-on for Europe and the United States. Actually, it's for all around the world called W2XP, which is basically kind of like World to X-Plane, and it has scenery. There we go. We're down. But in parts of Germany, for instance, with World to X-Plane, you can pick out individual castles in Germany. And because the people that actually work on World to X-Plane, a lot of them are from Germany, so they do a real good job on southern parts of Germany. And I wouldn't say cities look more or less the same. New York City doesn't look like anything else. Like, you can tell it's New York City, you can tell it's San Francisco, you can tell it's Seattle, stuff like that. That parking brake here. I'm going to just scroll back up through the chat and see where that airport is. So EPWA is the next airport we're going to. I don't know why my brake didn't come on, so brake. So we're going to fly, change location to EPWE, or what was it? EPWA. So this is the entire list of airports you can fly from. It's like endless. EPWA. So Poland. So off to Poland. It's at night. So we can start off at night just to show you the night scenery. There's also a replay. You can actually watch your replays of your landings. But I went ahead and turned it off. I didn't turn it off. I'll change to the next airfield and it's not going to show it now. So this isn't going to take long to load. I have this on my SSD. But it has to completely reload the scenery and reload the aircraft. So is it worth the €55? It's worth the $60 in the United States, so I'd say yes, it's worth €55. I think out the door, between Flight Simulator 10, Prepare 3D, and X-Plane, X-Plane has more to offer out the door for the initial $60. Just simply because the scenery is better. So this is, it depends. Multiplayer, I've never flown multiplayer direct connect, but I've flown on Pilot Edge and I've flown on VetSim, which are excellent. Pilot Edge is pretty more for professionals, and or just going while I'm talking, I'm just going to pop outside the cockpit here so we can look. So here's Warsaw. It's a little slow at loading because it has to load all the light points, but once you've loaded them all, it's pretty fast. Yeah, FSX. I've got FSX. Like I've told plenty of people on here, I came from Flight Simulator 10. I came from Prepare 3D. Those don't compare at all to X-Plane, and I've flown both. And I've not only flown actual flight simulators, I've flown combat flight simulators and still. So we just pan around here. So we have towers here. We have, what is this? Is this a skyscraper? I don't know. But we'll switch back to day in a second so you can actually see the scenery. There's also a lot more free add-ons for this, I think, than there are for Flight Simulator 10 and Prepare 3D. Well, that demo, when you do that demo and it crashes like that, you just shut the game off and restart it. And once you restart it, it'll start right up. Yeah, the night scenery on the airfields are nice. Beautiful. So we'll just take a look at, I'm running actually Airport HD, Airport Environment HD, which is a free add-on for X-Plane. So when you look at the actual runways and the lighting and the signage, that's the actual what would actually be there. So here we have the beacon, and we're just looking around. So we'll just go ahead and go to daylight here. And I could never get the Control L and Control K thing to work to fast forward time, so I'm just going to use this to transfer it back. Set it back to day. So apply the changes. Then here's day. You have the train tracks here. I'm assuming these train tracks are really here in Poland. talking about the European style buildings, these are totally different than. I'll try to zoom into some of these. Um, these are actually totally different than the buildings you see in, for instance, the United States. You don't see these style buildings at all. It used to be when X-Plane 11 first came out, you had these old Soviet style, kind of socialist style, uh, Eastern European style building blocks in every single country in Europe. You don't have that anymore. You have a more you have more varied types of buildings. And the OSM data is more accurate in X-Plane 11 than it is in X-Plane 10. And it's far more accurate than you'll get in Prepare 3D or FSX. So I'm assuming these roads are actually here. You know, I can pretty much assume that they're rarely there. I can pretty much assume that that railroad that's running just next to the airport here is actually there in real life. I'm assuming this is an industrial area. I've never been to Warsaw or anything like that, so I don't know if there's any skyscrapers in Warsaw. Like I said, I've never been there, but I can't remember who asked to see this airfield. I think it was some 5. So does it look pretty realistic to you, some? Are these places actually here, these industrial buildings and stuff like that, or shopping centers? Is the A330-300 in this similar? The A330 is payware, so you can pay to have it added on. If you watch Mo Media on YouTube, he's another guy that streams. We all stream together. So it's Luna's World, myself, Luna's World, myself, and Mo Media. We all stream. So if you can't catch my stream, you can catch their streams, and those guys typically fly commercial airliners. So they'll fly the A330 and the Challenger 600, which is really a business jet, but and the bigger aircraft like that. I kind of stick to the general aviation side and light jets and business jets. X-Plane 11 is actually, this is release candidate 1. The rumor is that Laminar Research is going to release a Citation 10 once X-Plane 11 is finished. So I'm kind of looking forward to that too. But yeah, somebody asked for EDDF. That's in Germany, right? Is that Frankfurt? Let's look. Anyways, you want to know what airliners I can fly? I can fly these 3 airliners: the MD-82, the 747, 737-800, and these are the general aviation aircraft I can fly: the Baron, Cessna, the Vision, the King Air. This is my Pipistrel, which is what I'm in right now. And I can fly a helicopter. I can fly an F-4 Phantom, SR-71, which I can never take off in the SR-71. I always crash and blow up. I can never take off in it for some reason. And I can fly the Cessna Skyhawk floats. Plus, you can fly some aircraft by just flipping this. These are aircraft from X-Plane 10 too. So you have the Stinson. You have the 747-400. You have the KC-10, B-52, the C-130, the X-15, and the Space Shuttle. Okay, so we're going to teleport ourselves over to Frankfurt. I've actually flown into Frankfurt. I did a flight, not being naive, not being from Europe. I thought it was, this is EPW. But we're going to teleport over to, we have the SR-71 on here. I don't know, some 5 asked to see it because evidently he's from Warsaw. I think he said the road and rail networks are the same. The buildings just don't really look the same. So we want EDDF, which is Frankfurt on mine. We'll start a new flight, and it's going to take us a while to load it. Yeah, if I ever went to Central Europe, I've always said the top places I want to go, top 3 cities I want to visit in Central and Eastern Europe are Munich in Germany, of course, Warsaw in Poland, and Prague in Czech Republic. So if I ever went to Europe, those are my top 3 cities to see. So just give it a second here to load. So this is on my SSD. It will load faster. Now, if you have this on a hard disk drive, you might as well go get a cup of coffee or a cup of tea or whatever, and come back. It's going to take that long to load. So if you think it loads long, it takes a long time to load right now. I can fly the Cirrus. We can switch over to the Cirrus real quick. Um, that Conrad, that could have to do with my settings because I don't have it racked up because I have just the first gen i7. So if you take the number of world objects and crank that all the way up to maximum, then it's going to show, you know, as much as your CPU can handle, which would probably melt my it would probably melt my this i7 that I have. So, but somebody wanted to fly, see the Cirrus, so we'll just switch over to that. That doesn't take long. So we'll load up the Cirrus, and from here you can choose deliveries. So I'm going to choose the laminar one, and start new flight. And we're just going to load up the Cirrus, and then we'll take a look at Frankfurt. We can take off. We can take off, and we'll fly around Germany. Maybe we'll fly into see how long it's going to take us to fly into Innsbruck. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, I made the mistake of saying, well, I'm just going to fly from, wow, Frankfurt's a huge airport, isn't it? So this is looking directly above. And I think I do have X-Life turned on, so I do have X-Life light, so it might actually work at this airport. Let's look and see. Yep, it's working. So no, what you really need to fly this thing, if you want to fly this thing at 40 frames a second, or anything above 35, you're going to need something like a 4790K or a 6700 or a 7700. This is a 920, and I can't even overclock this thing over 4 gigs, and this is water cooled. So you're going to need something with a little bit more, a lot higher clock speed than what I have to fly this thing at that frame rate with maximum settings. But I have a GTX 750 Ti. It's just a 2 gig card, and I'm able to fly. Without streaming, I can fly at 30 frames a second. And with streaming, let's see what we got now. So if I go here now, and just sitting up here, I'm getting 32 frames a second. But I'm not looking at anything. I'm not on the ground. I don't have the plane started up. But you'll see most people when they stream, if they have the frame counter up and they're flying full weather, or they're flying X Enviro, even with the 4790K or 7700K, they'll barely get 30 frames a second. They might get 25. Laminar says that the average frame rate that you should get on this game is anywhere between 25 and 35. That's with any processor. So that if you're getting higher frames than that, you're not drawing enough scenery. If you're getting lower frames than that, then you don't have what you typically need to fly it. So let's go ahead and fly this plane. And I haven't flown this thing in a while, so give me a second to figure out how to start the damn thing up. And we don't need gens on yet because we don't have them on. We don't have the engine on. And let's look here. We don't need the strobe on. We don't need probe heat. Don't need ice protection. Not yet. I don't think so. I don't know what the temperature is. I think we're good to go. Fuel selector is on auto. We're all good to go. Here we go. We're starting up. So it's so funny you can't hear the engine outside. You can't hear it firing up. Oh, maybe you can now. The M1's come up to 11. Now we can hear it. So this is a Cirrus jet, the SF-50. I have no idea where we're at, so I've never flown from Franklin. I've actually landed here once. So I need to find here to... We'll taxi down to here and take off on that runway. Let's get the brakes off. The only bad thing about this plane is that it doesn't have any kind of GPS or navigation. Well, scratch that. It doesn't have GPS navigation. You can still fly VOR and stuff like that. Yeah. I have never seen a proper implementation of the G1000 on X-Plane at all. That's even with add-on aircraft like the Coronado. The Cessna 182 has one. It has a G1000 cockpit. You can get the Station Air with the G1000. None of them have the a proper implementation of the G1000. What I have on the Pipistrel Panthera is light years beyond what they have for the G1000 on this game. So I hear an airliner. I don't know where exactly. I don't have TCAS on this plane at all. I'm so used to flying my Pipistrel, the Epic Victory, with the TCAS. So I can hear an airliner. I don't know where it's at, so just looking around. Radiocom. No. I can turn the radios on, but there's nobody here. The ATC, that's another thing. The ATC on this game, on this sim, is not the equal or the equivalent of Flight Simulator 10 or Prepare 3. Those have ATCs. You know, the AI ATC is far better on those. Now you still can fly with Pilot Edge on here. I was flying with Pilot Edge last week. I was looking into it and to see if it was something I was going to be interested in purchasing, but $20 a month for that, and it only has the west coast of the United States. It's, if it had more of the United States, it'd probably be more economical to me, but I don't typically fly on the west coast of the U.S. unless it's in the Cascades. Probably should have slowed down there. And let's see. Yep, that's where I want to go. You can get a plugin for this sim. I forgot what it's called, but it's on the xplane.org forum. And it's kind of like Safe Taxi that you would get in an aircraft with Garmin or anything like that. And it would actually pops up on the screen and shows you where you're at on the airport. I just haven't downloaded it yet. So we need to go ahead and go to flaps 1. And we're at takeoff, flaps. And this is Airport Environment HD like I was saying before. So the way this airport looks as far as the runways, the markings, the signage, you're not going to get in stock X-Plane. You have to download Airport Environment HD, which is what this is, and it's free. It's a free download. I cannot remember what the rotation speed on this thing is. I think it's 85 knots. It's 85 knots. Oh, and we're up. So now X-Life is screaming at me because I didn't enter a flight plan. There's our flaps, there's our gear. So you can see now as we're flying, our frame rate's dropping a little bit. So it was at 34, 33 while we were on the ground. I typically don't fly with the frame rate counter up there because it's a distraction. But we can talk about it a little bit. I'm running a GTX 750 with an i7 920 clocked at 3.6 gigahertz. That's on water, and that's almost as fast as I want to take it. And you can see now that I'm running 27. It says 27.9% of my CPU, and only 20% of my GPU. So, where do you download content? You download content from xplane.org, so it's x-plane.org, and you go to the download section, and they have tons of free downloads, free stuff to download. You can create your own scenery with Ortho 4XP. That's also free. And just to show you, I can turn. No, I'm not going to do that. If I turn the number of world objects up, it's going to take a while to load. But I'm only at medium. And I don't have any anti-aliasing on. But if I had it maxed out, you'd see a ton more buildings down here. Tons more. And just to show you, I mean, we can do it and take the time to load it because we'll just go high and we'll show you the difference between medium and high. So just give it a second to load. But I'll just, the link to download content, you just go to xplane.org, and I forgot what the scenery is, the actual path is. But I can look it up real quick since I'm waiting for this to load. I'm just waiting for this to load. I'm trying to find the actual download section on the forums. And we'll go to utilities. There we go. Okay, so I'm just going to pause this here. So I'm going to pause it. So this is with the scenery set at high. So you can see how many more buildings are actually being drawn. Thanks for subscribing, Derek. If you set your X-Plane settings for high, which you can see now we're setting it high, you can see the number of buildings that are there now. So I'm just going to pause it so we can look around. So the number of planes, number of objects that are being drawn now are drastically higher than what we had at medium. But it comes at a cost. A huge cost, because I went from everything is easy. Is everything easy to download? Yes, everything is easy to download. You just have to sign up with the forum log, create a account with the forums, and you can download all the free stuff you want to off there. That's free. And then they have their own store, which is where I bought my Panthera and stuff like that. But like I said, if we just look at the amount of drawn objects, the difference between medium, which is what I just had it on, and this. None of these buildings here were drawn on medium. None of these buildings here were drawn on medium. These little suburban homes here weren't drawn. Just a couple of these skyscrapers were drawn on medium. But the hit on frame rates is drastic if you don't have a CPU that can push it. So I've seen people like Mo Media. He has a 4790K, and he's pushing. I think he's pushing his 4790K to 5 gigahertz. I think that's what he has it overclocked at. I know Cats. If you watch Cats on Twitch, he has a 4790K also, but I don't know what his is overclocked to though. But I have an i7-920 clocked at 3.6. I could go to 4.0, but I'm gonna have to reapply the thermal compound before I do that. But I do have is running on water. So, but let's go back in the cockpit and we'll unpause the game and look at the frame rates. Okay. So the frame rates still aren't that bad. It's 29. Now if I look at the city, and we'll fly. There's some buildings up here I want to see actually. And remember, this is just the GTX 750. It's a low-range card. It's what, 3 generations back from the 1050 that you can get now. With X-Plane 11 though, I can say one thing. I would not purchase an AMD card and try to play this. I've heard so many of my viewers have said they've had problems with the even like R9 390s, R9 or R9 380s. They've had problems actually, getting good frame rates, and they complain, that I have a little $100 graphics card. I'm getting better frame rates than they are. So if you're gonna get X-Plane 11, make sure you have an NVIDIA card. My dog has a toy cow and he's found it. Oh, he got out. Yeah, I should have put this on high while we're at Warsaw so you could have seen that, but I didn't think it was actually gonna. I'm surprised we're getting the frame rates that we are here. Now max, okay. So you want the max max objects. Yeah, like I said, I mean the scenery is beyond Prepare 3D or FSX. I mean you almost have to buy Orbix to get this level of detail. And then it's not just Orbix because you have to buy the vector stuff too. So let's go ahead and load up max. So someone to see it on max settings. So my processor is about to go rip. So I'm waiting to see if the CPU fan, the water cooler, the fan on the radiator for the water cooler comes on. Oh, I flew over Tokyo, and let me tell you something. That was crazy. I can fly over New York City. I've done videos for the Cessna 172 and at New York City, and it wasn't that bad. But I think Seoul's a little bigger, and Tokyo is definitely bigger. Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying to my little processor, I'm like, rip, goodbye. And I gave my son my other gaming computer, which has the AMD FX 6300 in it, and that I had using X-Plane before this, and he has that. He's gonna get mad. He's in there playing Counter-Strike Go right now. He's gonna be mad when I go in there and tell him my computer just died. I need my processor back. Okay, so not that bad. It's at max settings. Let's go ahead and pause it here and take a look. This is max settings. What do you do in multiplayer? Multiplayer is weird on here, so let's look at the settings here. So you see here, I don't even have multiplayer in here. So you have, you can do network, and then you can send stuff to like ForeFlight and things like that. And this multiplayer here, I've never used this. I don't even know how it works. But you can fly on Pilot Edge and you can fly on VATSIM, and those are multiplayer. So I just wanted to get back out here. I would suggest Pilot Edge over VATSIM if you're looking for realism. So I've never flown here on max, so let's look outside. So this is on max graphics, I mean max world objects. And if I threw the weather on, let's see what the weather's going to be like. Weather kills your frame rates too. So depending on what the weather is. So if we go here, so the weather's not that bad. So let's apply changes. And it probably won't do it until we unpause it. Okay, I'm surprised. Weather is not affecting it. The amount of world objects we're drawing isn't affecting it. So I'm still getting anywhere between 27 and 29 frames a second. So we don't have GPS on here, so I would not know which direction to fly to Louis. So we're just going to load Louis up. I think it's probably it's going to melt my CPU once we load Louis up. So prepare to hear me cry like a little girl. So we're going to load Louis. So we're going to load up Louis. I don't know if you can hear this, but that's my the water cooler on my computer coming on. The actual radiator fan spinning up. It usually runs at 900 RPMs, somewhere between 700 and 900 RPMs, and it's probably jumped up to almost 1500, 2000 RPMs on the water cooler. That's one of the reasons I put it on the. That's another thing about this motherboard is that it doesn't have SATA 6, so I do have an SSD, and it's suffering because the SSD is SATA 6 and it only has SATA 3, so I'm not getting the full throughput of the SSD. So here's Louis. Again, I'm surprised. We're at max settings and we're at Innsbruck and in Austria. And here are the buildings, and here's Innsbruck. This is another, if you create Ortho 4XP scenarios for this area, this place just looks absolutely magnificent. So I usually fly from here to Munich, because Munich's only a short, just across the Alps. The Bavarian Alps. So I'll fly to there. But I won't fly it in this plane. I will fly it in something else. I don't have my Epic Victory on here. I wish I had my Epic Victory on here because I would fly that. And it's a single engine jet, but it actually has a GPS system. So these would be too slow. I'm not going to fly the F4 because it doesn't have GPS either. The Lockheed Martin, I crash on takeoff every time. Helicopter would be too slow, so it looks like we're going to have to take an airliner, and I hate flying these things. So of the three airliners, the 737-800, the 747-400, or the MD-82, which one should we fly? The heli would take forever to get to Munich. And I can't even start the heli. I can't even start. I have to start that up with the engines running. I can't start that from a cold start because for some reason it never starts for me. Same with these airliners. I always set those to start with the engines running. We can do the heli if you really want to do the heli, since nobody else is coughing up saying which plane they want to fly. Oh, MD-82. Thank you. I didn't want to fly the heli. It takes too long. So we're going to customize it. We're going to start with the engines running. And okay, we have everybody going now. MD-82, 737, 747. We'll do the MD-82 first. I hate flying these things, but I know how popular airliners are with people. So this is the stock MD-82. Oh, ugh. I have to use this FMS. I hate this thing. I'm not the discontinue. This has a bug with discontinuity, and I can never figure out how to get it to work. So Austrian Alps. They're not the Bavarian Alps once you're in Germany. They're not the Alps in Germany. I'm just asking. I don't know. I'm not from there. This thing is so intimidating. Let's go flight plan, origin. Let's go Lowy. And we'll set that as origin. Our destination, Munich, is EDDM, right? EDDM. So EDDM, I think, is Munich. I'm just guessing here. Can somebody confirm? I'll look it up. Yes, Munich is EDDM. Okay, so now we'll go to legs. Did he even throw it on here for us? I'm gonna be complete lost because I never fly this. I never fly airliners. So present position is Lowy. I'm just gonna take off and just make my way there. So I'm looking. Watch this U-turn. Watch this. Bam. Alright, it's not melted my CPU yet. I'm surprised. So you are in the MD-82. And it's funny that we had to back taxi this big thing all the way down here. Most likely we'll never make it to Munich because I have no idea how to operate the FMS on this thing. I've seen videos, I know halfway how to use it, but we haven't even programmed it yet. You get the demo from, I can post the link. Hold on a second, let me get turned around. Oh, this ain't good. This is not good at all. We have an airliner landing. This is gonna suck. We might die. I mean, I'm serious. Look at this. Wow, look at this guy. Check him out. Can y'all see this? This MD-82 is like... What is up with this guy? He has no landing gear down. And it just turned into a Cessna. Wow. It was like magic right in front of my eye. So the MD-82 just magically turned into a Cessna. So yeah, that was crazy. Let's wait for this Cessna to get out the way so we don't run his little tail over. Yeah, seems legit. Cessna turns into a... No, these aren't multiplayer. These are all artificial AI aircraft. I'm not flying on Pilot Edge, so there's no multiplayer people play on here. I hope this Cessna stops. Stop, Cessna. Stop. Stop. There you go. There you go. Turn onto the taxiway. Go away. Okay, now we can take off. Okay, just takes a look around the cockpit here. For those of you who haven't seen this, I've never seen it. I guess I don't fly these things. Yeah, you can join servers like Pilot Edge and VatSim and fly on with real ATC. So I'm going to, this is a relatively short runway. Oh, you wanted the link to the demo. I would rate this better than Prepare 3D right now, and definitely better than FSX. And I've played both. I came from Prepare 3D to this. There's the link to explain.com and to download the demo. So I'm going to spool the engines up to take off. Flaps are set to take off. And here we go. Hopefully we can take off in the length of this runway. Now, remember, I never fly commercial aircraft, so bear with me. So we have positive rate, gear up. This is the full version. It's release candidate 1. I've had it since it was in beta 3. So what does my setup look like? My setup was originally bought to play Arma 2 when Arma 2 first came out. So it's just a Thrustmaster HOTAS X, which looks like that. That's all I have. So So this is, I mean, this is all I have. It's nothing special. I don't have rudder pedals. Oh, thanks for donating there, Professor Chum. I'll toast my sherry to you. I drink sherry usually when I fly, so. But yeah, I bought this setup originally to play Armor 2. And that's it. It's carried me through. I had the X52 Cytec, as a matter of fact. I had the yoke, throttle, not the yoke. I had the stick, the flight stick, and I had the throttle and the rudder pedals, and I got rid of them. And that's probably the stupidest thing I ever did. But you know, you do things and then you regret. Okay, SR71. Next time you get to laugh when I fail taking off. Is that why you want to? Is that why you want me to fly it? Okay, somewhere over here we have to make a turn to Munich, and I'm not very good with this FMS, so I'm going to assume we need to make a turn like now. The demo is pretty decent. It'll let you know if your system. What it will do is it will let you know if your system can actually run X-Plane. That's the best thing that the demo does. And you only fly for 10 minutes and you crash, but you can restart the sim and get more. I cannot see anything out of this cockpit at all. It's nice looking on the inside though. For a person that does not typically fly airliners. Yeah, it's whatever works, man. I can tell you, the only thing that's bad about this controller setup, this HOTAS X, is that it absolutely sucks for DCS. DCS has so much stuff going on that you need the Warthog for that. This isn't good enough at all. So we'll take an outside look at the MD-82. Takes you 10 minutes to just figure out how to remove the brake. No, I don't have any ratings in real life. And that's a funny story. When I decided that, you know, I was like, I ought to get my PPL. You know, I ought to go get at least get my private pilot license, even though I can't afford to buy a plane or anything like that. It'd be just something I could have, because you know, maybe I could get a job ferrying aircraft and stuff like that. Last year was 2016. In February of 2016, because I'm a veteran, so I'm a U.S. Army vet. The Army used to, you know, because you get a what's called a GI Bill if you're in the Army. So I could use my Army money, my money from the Army, to pay for my pilot license. Now you can't. They will pay. The military would pay for if you're out of the military and you're using your GI Bill. The U.S. military. The U.S. government will pay for you to get your commercial pilot's license. They'll pay for you to get your instrument rating. They'll pay for a multi-engine. But they will not pay for you to get your initial private pilot's license. So that sucks. I'm not going to pay, what is it, $6,000 to get a license now. So yeah, this is absolutely beautiful. And typically I don't run on max settings, max objects. Now, to actually max it out, I'd have to go up here and hit, go to graphics and turn visual effects all the way up. So let's see what this does. That's at max. So the only difference between maximum and high is we get SSAO, which is ambient occlusion. So that doesn't really make a difference. We do have clouds now, though. So we have some weather. And there's the airport off to our northwest, off to about 11 o'clock. That's where we're going to land at. I don't even know if it's Munich. I don't care. I can't figure out this FMS. Like I said, I don't fly commercial aircraft, so the first airfield we'll see, we'll land. Hopefully it's got a long enough runway. See the overhead panel up here. You see the level of detail. I mean, it's just amazing. And this is stock. You can't get this level of detail in a stock Prepare 3D or FSX aircraft. And I'm pretty amazed at the level of detail in here. Like I said, I don't fly commercial airliners, so I don't really pay attention to any of this stuff. But this is stock MD-82. Yeah, now that's the difference, Mercurial, is if it's part of a degree program, it has to be part of a, like you have to have an aviation degree to get it, and then they'll pay for it. What do you guys think? Do you think we can land on that runway? Oh, when the weather just loaded and now it's overcast. I don't know what runway this is, but we're going to land at it. Hopefully it's long enough. I'm only up 10,000 feet, so yeah, I do have some altitude to burn. Yeah, that runway looks. Yeah, slip it. Oh shit! Sorry. I thought it was gonna roll over and spin and kill us all. Sorry. It's got reversers though, I think. Doesn't it have reversers? No, this one doesn't have reversers. Oh. Unless that's it over there on the throttle. We can land there. I think we got this. I've got some streams where I try to be serious, and then there's some streams that I don't really try to be serious. This is one of them. Like when I do my streams when I'm at Lukla and I'm trying to land airliners at Lukla, which is impossible. I've only seen one person do it. Whoa, look at the frames drop when loading weather. Got some clouds up there. So I have no idea where this thing is. So where's the airfield? Okay, we're almost 90 degrees to it. Whoa, whoa, don't roll over. Okay. Like I said, I don't fly airliners, so you have to you have to excuse my ignorance on flying airliners. What is that down there? What is this over there? Oh, look, there's a... Oh, what is that? Is that Munich? Well, we could have landed there. If it's an airport. So I didn't know if you'd know this. You can actually walk around the plane like this. If I was on autopilot, I could show you. You could actually walk around the plane while we're flying. Oh, that's an airport. We could have landed there. We're in their airspace. You know the the ATC is like freaking out. So I guarantee you the airspace goes up to about 7,000 feet. Or at least 6,500. We're going to make a turn into this other little bitty airport. We'll probably die. We'll burst into flames. Nah, Cessna's easy. The Cessna is the easiest plane to land. This will be the first time I ever landed a commercial airliner. In a sim. Ever. As soon as I find this airport that we just passed a few minutes ago. Yeah, all this is stock. This all comes with it. The only thing that's not stock is the Pipistrel Panthera, which I much rather fly than this big thing. Okay, I could not find that airport. I should have looked at the compass heading. We're losing altitude now. We're at 60 something, 6,300. I cannot find this airport. You cannot see anything out this cockpit. Attention passengers and crew, we are lost. Okay, there's that runway. I know where that one is. Nah, the settings are maxed. And remember, this is on an i7-920 with a GTX 750, a low level, you know, a low price card, nowhere near a 770, a 1070, or nowhere near a 1080, and this is what we get. So we're gonna land here because that's the only airport I can find. So you can see in the top upper left, you can see the frame rates, 27 frames per second, drops down below 20 here and there. Who's from Germany? Can you verify that this is Munich? Somebody? Anybody? Before we die. Track IR is... I hear Track IR is sketchy at best on here. I don't know. I don't use it. Yeah, if you have a 1080, you're not gonna have problems flying this. Yep, 1070, no problems. As long as you don't have an AMD card, you will never have problems flying this. The only people I've heard had problems are people with the R9s. Oh, we're gonna die. No, maybe not. Put those gear down though. We probably turned in way too soon. I don't care, I just want to get this thing on the ground so we can go somewhere else. And I don't fly commercial airliners, so... There's a runway.
Think rate.
Huh? Sink rate. No kidding.
Think rate.
We might have to slip it in there. Use the rudders and straighten ourselves back out. We're too fast to make this runway. I guarantee it.
Terrain. Full top terrain.
Oh, shut up.
Think rate. 1,000. Think rate. Think rate. Terrain.
Oh, these things are too big.
Full top terrain. Full top terrain. Think rate.
Yeah, there's no way we're gonna make this land.
Full top.
Come in way too fast. So we're going to have to go in. I already know the runway heading now. So it's a 2-4. So we'll go out, turn around, and come back. I was the last pilot, huh? Are they that bad? No, we're going around. I'm not going to crash. If you do hit shift up, though, you do get the snazzy little heads-up display. That's pretty cool. It's okay to panic. I've been panicking the whole time. I've been panicking since we took off. Like I said, I don't fly commercial airliners at all on flight sims. What is that? I thought that was another runway. All I want to do is get this big beast on the ground. I think we can turn and... There's another runway right there, I think, ahead of us. I don't know, I don't fly in Germany. And I don't want to kill us. We have a lot of speed to bleed off, so I can actually make this turn sharper. Can you imagine the passengers now? If I was a passenger on this plane, I'd be screaming. And I don't see that runway at all. Where am I from? I am from Virginia. The mountains there. Well, some of the mountains. I don't think that's the runway. Here we go. I'm lost. Where are we? That's the runway. Gear down. Gear down, so we have flaps down to approach. What part? Currently I'm in Fredericksburg, but I spend my time between Fredericksburg and Culpeper. There's a house on a farm there. North Carolina. I spend a lot of my time in the Outer Banks. I used to live, my father was in the Army. We used to live in Fayetteville when he was at Fort Bragg.
Think rate. Think rate. Think rate.
Anything's looking good
Think
now, as
rate.
long as I get this stupid thing landed.
Think rate. Think rate. Think rate. Think rate. Terrain.
I got the flaps fully extended, trying to
Think rate.
slow down.
Think rate. 1,000.
Come on, land. It's not slowing down fast enough at all. This is the problem I've always had with these things, is that they don't want to slow down.
Terrain. Full. Terrain.
My dad lives in Virginia Beach. He lives right off Newtown Road.
Think rate.
I go there a lot too. Come on, thing, get down on the ground.
Terrain.
Fort Bragg.
Terrain.
Yeah, we used to live.
Terrain.
Used to live right next to Pope Air Force Base. There used to be like a little trailer park there when I was only like 2 or 3 years old.
50, 40, 30.
Come on. See, we got this huge ground effect now.
20.
20. Land, damn it.
10,
Down. Bouncing. And we're going on. We didn't die. We were never going to make that land. So I had to do it again. Ugh. I hate flying airliners. I told y'all that, right? Is anybody up? Has anybody come up with another airport to fly from while we wait? This has got to be Munich because there's the city of Munich right there. That's got to be Munich right there. So this has to be Munich's airport. Okay, I'm wasting too much time trying to land this thing, and somebody wanted to see the SR-71, so we're gonna. Somebody pick an airport. Somebody give me an AKO code. We'll start from there, as long as I have the scenery for it, and we'll take off with the Lockheed SR-71 and watch me blow up. Trying to take off in it. We need to customize it first and make sure the engine's started. DTW, what's that? Is that DTW. I'd look that up. Detroit? Really? I guess we're going to Detroit. And it's stormy there too. Watch my frame rate. My frame rates are going to die. My CPU is going to die. Nah, Brianna just said DTW, and that's Detroit Metro. So here we go with Detroit in the SR-71. Now, when this thing blows up and kills me, y'all can't laugh. All right, you're forbidden. You can't laugh. I forbid it. I forbade it. Sure, yeah, I know. I've never successfully taken off in the SR-71. So this ought to be enjoyable. So it's funny because the actual computer I use, it's the second gen Alienware Area 51 that came with the i7-920, and on top of it, it's like a Razorback. On top of it, it has fins that pop up to let more air into the case. And so I'm sitting here watching it now, and as it's loading this and the fans coming on, I can sit there and watch the top of the computer case just lift up to let more air into it. Cat Strader, he streams all the time, but he streams X-Plane 10. Okay. Sweet. Okay, here's the piece of junk SR-71, which is going to kill me. I guarantee it. We're at Dallas-Fort Worth Metro, I guess? Not Dallas-Fort Worth Metro, but Detroit. Sorry. We'll just go up and take a look. Here's the cloud cover. It says it's stormy. Oh, look, there's a runway right there. We can die on that runway. Where's that? Okay. I don't have far to go before I die. Sadly, no terminal. No 3D terminals for this airfield. So we have an extremely low cloud layer. We'll have to navigate through that if we can get off the ground. If not, we'll just be a scorching fireball on the runway, which is probably how we're going to end up anyways. So I need to release the brakes and prepare to die. I'm too young to die. Okay, very long runway. Okay, good. Some said we need a very long runway for the SR-71. That runway right there looks long enough. Yeah, we're flying. You said we need a long runway, so we're going to fly on that runway. Where am I plane at? That's probably run off into the grass by now. Nope, it's still sitting there. Okay, so we need a long runway. So we're going to taxi this beast of machine down the runway here. Down this taxiway, and we'll catch on the runway. So if you're just joining the stream, this airport scenery, just the taxiway, taxiways, the taxiway markings, the lights on there, that's all part of Airport Environment HD, which is free on the xplane.org store. So if you have Xplane 10 or Xplane 11, I suggest you go download it. What is that? 22 left, 4 right. I know I can read. We're going too fast. What is this you're flying? I am flying the SR-71 Blackbird, aka the Death Machine. For me, at least, I can never take off in it and I always crash and die. Now I can fly the F-4 Phantom. That's easy. I cannot fly this to save my life. I just did, I took off from, not from Denver, but from, what is it? It was the original. It's what the title of this video is. That's where I took off from and flew to Aspen. I can't remember what it was now. That was 3.5 hours ago almost. I can't remember what the name of the airfield was. I don't know if I have that part of Russia. I don't know how much of Europe. I know I have most of Europe. I don't know how far east that goes. I think tomorrow I'll finish loading the low world sceneries on here, and then we can do flights from like Lukla. Okay, this is the whole short line. I don't see any aircraft going that way. Or maybe that's the whole short line. I don't know. Huge airport. Okay, I'm going to sit on the runway. Give me a few seconds of silence as I pray. Okay, just give me a minute here to pray, and I'm going to go grab some more sherry because I'm going to need it. Yes. Sherry. Yes, sherry is a wine from southern Spain. Um, comes in three different varieties. Fino. It comes in well about four different varieties because there's a really dry version, and there's a mild, there's a medium sherry. Usually, sometimes I drink that, but what I'm drinking now is the actual cream sherry. So it's like people that drink wine kind of call this like a candy wine because it's sweeter. It's a sweet wine. So it's that's what I drink. That's the only alcohol I drink. Sometimes I'll drink rum, but it's white rum. It's the Bacardi. I can't drink the dark rum. It makes me sick. Okay, so move the parking brake. I don't know why I crash and die on this plane every single time I try to take off in it, but we're going to try to analyze it here. Um, I had the throttle opened up a little bit past halfway. You know, I didn't think I could either, but I can't do regular wine. Regular wine just makes me sick. And all my friends drink wine. I can't do champagne either. Champagne just makes me sick. I don't know yet. We'll find out in a second. If I take off in this will be the first successful time I've ever taken off in a SR-71. So, hopefully we don't die. Don't feel bad, I don't either. Evidently we're not off the ground yet. Ah, we're gonna die! Yep, we're off the runway. Come on, you can make it! Get up over the trees, you got speed! Come on! Come on, come on, come on! Get up! Get up in here! And we're dead. No, we're dead. We're dead. We're gonna die. No, it's not gonna be pretty. We're dead. You have crashed. Would you like to start a new flight? That happens every single time I try to take off in the SR-71. It just rolls, flips right over on its back, and we die. It sucks. We're dead. Yeah, we have. Yeah, we're just sitting here, and the people on the highway are probably freaking out. Like, we have a plane burning. Yeah, it sucks. And we're now a smoking pile of rubble on the side of this freeway, whatever freeway this is, in Detroit. Try again? Okay, we'll try again. We're gonna start on that runway though, so I don't have to waste so much time trying to get to the runway and stuff. So I can't even remember. Yeah. Okay, so where are we starting on? We're starting on 04 right. Nope, 22 left. That's what we were on. We were on 22 left. So we're gonna start on runway 22 left. 3,657 meters. Why can't I get it in feet? I'm an American. LFMI. What's LMF? What's LFMI? LFMI. Yeah. Okay, you think? Oh, we'll try it if I have it. I might not have it because it's in the Caribbean. I don't know how far, much of this U.S. scenery goes. Hello, Andre. Welcome to the stream. We're about to die. You get to watch and laugh like everybody else just did. Okay, where am I? Is this the runway we're supposed to be at? Where are we? What is this? You said this was supposed to be in the Caribbean or something? Where'd you take me to, Sam? What is this strange place? If we couldn't take off on that short-ass runway, we're never going to take off on this... on that long one. We're never going to take off on this short one. Not in this. Alright, what we're going to do is we're going to gun it. we're going to put the throttle to the firewall and hope for the best, but we're going to die anyways. So somebody said try it in third person, so we'll try it in third person. We're not going to look right at it like that, though. So we can actually analyze my death. So let's just go ahead and throttle all the way up. Oh, look at the afterburners. Check that out. Lit up. We're going to die. And throttle's released. We tried it slowly last time. We're up. We're alive. We're in the air. Alright. That's my successful attempt at taking off in the SR-71. I'm kind of impressed now. Alright, we're at 1,000 feet, 450 knots, Mach 0.7. So supposedly this plane can fly Mach 3. We might find out. Still climbing. It's Mach 0.97, 0.98. We're at 17,000 feet already. Full speed ahead. I'm about to hit hyperspace. What's up, Beanie? What are you up to, man? Now we're climbing now. Mach 1.05. 21,000 feet. Still climbing, 27,000 feet. Frame rate's going up though. Now we're 55 frames a second. 55 frames per second. What direction am I flying? I'm flying south. I do not have the Africa scenery, so I'm going to fly back to the north. Yeah, I probably did. Just break some windows. People are going to be mad. 40,000 feet now. We just skyrocketed 13,000 feet in that little short point of time. Whoops, that ain't good. Up, we're dead. We're in a spin. Alright, so throttle down, throttle back, nose down, and let's try to recover this before we die. And we need opposite rudder. And can we pull it out of the dive? Now, I can't get any other plane on here to spin but this one. And I think we're in an inverted flat spin. And we're spinning to the right. We need left rudder. We need nose down, left rudder. Oh, we're gonna die. I'm about to puke. Come on, come on. Left rudder, nose down, left rudder. Alright, what's our altitude? Our altitude's 13,000. We're falling like a rock. 12,000. We might make it. We might make it. I don't think we're going to make it, though. At this point, I can't even tell it up from down. We're over water. And she's not coming out of the spin. Come on, nose down. Still not looking good, and we have no ejection seat in here, so we're just going to crash and die. Boom, we're dead. Or I'm dead. Look, see, the ejection handle doesn't even work. You crashed. No kidding. We're floating in the water. Look, the tire blew. Out of everything that could have happened, the tire blew. We're crashed and we're burning. I think because we were in a turn, I was turning back to the north. And we were in a turn. It wasn't even that high of a bank turn. And evidently it just... The SR-71's weird. It's just a weird plane to fly. We can do the F4 Phantom, though. This might have another airport, another runway we can fly from. Something that I have. EDDF. Okay, we'll return to EDDF. This will be the second time tonight we've been at Frankfurt. And we'll take off. We'll use the... Yeah, probably a G-stall. Do I stream to more than one place? Do you want the official answer or do you want the unofficial answer? The official answer is yes. I use restream.io. That allows me to stream to multiple streams. So you are on YouTube. Everybody else, there's 22 people currently watching. 2 of them on YouTube. The other 20 are on Twitch. So if you wanted the breakdown. But YouTube tends to get a little whiny when you stream to more than one stream. So what they typically do is they don't delete. YouTube won't delete the video. They'll just make it so you can't monetize the video because they're whining like that. And you don't make money. There's no monetization on Twitch, so unless people donate. That's the only way you make money from Twitch. Yeah, I had the same name on. It's actually uh, on Twitch. It's the same as my Xbox Live gamer tag, so it's that. Okay, so somebody wanted to see Germany yet again. Yeah, you can multi-stream if you use Restream. Like I'm right now I'm live streaming to YouTube, to Beam, and to Twitch. And there's like 32 different streaming sites you can stream to using Restream. So let's get back in here. Somebody wanted to see Frankfurt. This is Frankfurt. Most of the people that have been on. Oh, we've never seen it here on Max though. Wow, look at that. Look at that terminal. Look at those frame rates drop. Somebody want to see Frankfurt, so here it is. We will not have the same problems with the F4, I can guarantee it. Unless we actually run into one of these little GA aircraft. Oh wow, I didn't think we got these buildings last time. Well, this is pretty impressive. Yep, very nice. I'm actually been streaming this, you know, where is it now? It's 3 hours and 40 minutes. I've been streaming so long. You would like to see how X-Plane handles mountains and such stuff. Seems all pretty flat. We can do that. I can definitely take you to some mountains. As a matter of fact, we'll go there now. We'll take off from Frankfurt, head straight south for the Alps. I think he means the terrain looks pretty flat. This is just the part of Germany that we're in. I just want to make sure we have full fuel. Yes, we do. Because we're going to punch it and head for the Austro-German border, I guess. Switzerland? I have no idea. We'll end up somewhere. We got to cross the Alps. When we go south, there's no getting around it. You see the angle of attack indicators on either side of the hood. I don't know why the hood doesn't work on here, but you know, whatever. We're just going to take off from right here. No sense in being realistic about it. So you missed it earlier. We took off from Innsbruck. We're up. We're not dead. Gear up. So we need to make a right turn and head south. This is when track IR would actually be helpful. Oh, the frame rates are dying. My poor computer. You see right now that it's using 47.8, 58% of the CPU now. Nothing on the GPU, it's all CPU bound right now. Yep, you can start them cold and dark. This is at high. So, for those of you who haven't seen the settings, the graphic settings here, my graphic settings, high HDR, high texture quality, no anti-aliasing, maximum number of world objects, which is killing my CPU, and no reflection detail, because it really doesn't matter. VSync is disabled. If you use VSync, it kills your frames too. That's actually not the PMDG clone. That is the Honeywell. That's the Honeywell flight system. It's actually out in most airliners and some military aircraft. I have no idea where we're at. Check the map. So this is the in-game map. Whoops. Need to pull up a little bit. So we're flying at full throttle for the Alps. They're somewhere down here, I guess. Nope, we're flying back east now. They actually had the Eurofighter for free. I think the Eurofighter is a free download for this. looking at the map again, see where we're at. Look at the frames now, 8. Yeah, there is no, there are no PMDG doesn't make aircraft for X-Plane. However, X-Plane does have another manufacturer, I think it's, I can't remember the name. They create the A330. Yeah, I mean, X-Plane works on almost everything. It just depends on what settings you run it at. Like I said, this is a little i7 920, you know, with 10 gigs of RAM and a measly little GTX 750. Granted, it's for the Win edition of the EVGA 750, but that doesn't really make a difference. It's only got 2 gigs of VRAM. Have they made? I didn't know, Beanie. Oh, they did. A D66, huh? Okay, there should be Alps here somewhere. Okay, we're getting to them now. Yes, there are lots of good free planes to download. I would suggest the Eclipse 550 by Aerobask, which is free to download. I have it. Amazing plane. The only thing I don't like about it is it uses the same FMS that airliners use, which didn't matter in X-Plane 10. Yeah, you can post links. You should be able to. I don't think I have to turn it off. Should be hitting the Alps here very soon. Turned off. I can't change it from here. I don't think.
Sync rate, sync rate, sync rate, sync rate, sync rate, sync rate.
When we change plane, when I change airports and change planes meaning, I'll see if I can change it so you can post links. All right, here are the Alps. Frankly, I think Lowy is right over there. Is this Heron Chiemsee we're flying over right now? No, it's not. It's too close to the Alps to be Heron Chiemsee, right? Oh, maybe not. Up and over the Alps we go. Wish the weather was better. Let's go ahead and turn the weather off and see if we can't get some better views here. Actually, the weather is already turned off, so it's clear. There we go. That's a little bit better here. So somebody said they want to know. They said it looked flat. I don't think it really looks flat. You guys think it looks flat? Let's do some valley flying, shall we? Try not to hit the side of a mountain. At full afterburner. Yeah, this is really nothing. If you use ortho scenery, it's 10 times better. And it's free to create ortho scenery for X-Plane. That's what's the amazing part is. You get amazing photorealistic scenery for free. You just have to create it yourself. Granted, it's about 7 gigs per tile. This space. Look, we made it right through that pass. So yeah. Oh, we're gonna black out. Let's pull into a climb so we get a good view of the Alps here. We don't want to go fully inverted. So there's the Alps. There's the little valley we just tore down through. Red out. Negative G's. If I'm not mistaken, Lowy is down here somewhere, Innsbruck. So we'll land at Innsbruck in this F4. Maybe. Don't flame out on me. Here we go. Somebody keeps messaging me on Facebook. Hold on a second. Do I mess around with DCS? Why, yes I do, Beanie. I do mess around with DCS. And mess around isn't the best term because I cannot figure it out. I'd love to play it. I was a huge fan of Falcon 4.0 and stuff like that. And I thought Falcon was a little complicated, but DCS beats Falcon 4.0 when it comes to being complicated. And the thing is, I bought DCS, then I bought Flaming Cliffs 3, so I have all the Soviet, Russian and Soviet aircraft, the MiG-29, the SU-27, and stuff like that. Yeah, I have it on Steam. Matter of fact, I have that on Steam. I have L2 1946. I have L2 Cliffs of Dover. I actually like the MiG-29. I'm not huge on the Su-27. I prefer the MiG-29. I like the MiG-29.
Sink rate.
I tell you, I used to use it. Jane's ATF, Jane's Advanced Tactical Fighters, was like one of my favorite combat flight sims, and it was in the late 90s, early 2000s, pretty much the late 90s, I think. And that's online multiplayer. You could not beat the MiG-29 because you could never see it. You could throw it. Yep, Innsbruck has Lowy. That's what we're going to now. Ooh, somebody sneezing. The MiG-29 was the best one to use because you could turn the radar off and just run with its little infrared pod. And within 10 nautical miles, that infrared pod could pick up a plane on infrared. So I'd just sneak up on people, F-15s and F-16s, just sneak right up on them, and they'd never know I'm there. I'd come in behind them. As long as they didn't have AWACS or anything like that, I could sneak right up on them with that MiG-29. Yeah, I played all of them, man. I had Jane's Advanced Tactical Fighters, Jane's U.S. Navy Fighters. I play Strike Fighters too. I have a couple streams of it on YouTube. Playing Strike Fighters. That was fun too. And you had Jane's Vietnam. You flew in Vietnam. Those were classic games right there. Classic combat flight simulators. We're coming up on Lowy now. I didn't know the Su-27 had an IR pod right on the nose, because that's where it is on the MiG-29. I never really paid attention to the Su-27. I just like the MiGs better. I'm a MiG fan, so. So there's Lowy right there. We're gonna land there. We're gonna go ahead and lower our gear. I'll probably just rip the damn thing off because we're flying at 400 knots. Oh, it's probably overspeed on the flaps. This is, if you hit Shift W, you can go into the HUD mode, even though this thing doesn't have a HUD. Stop. Do I have a drogue chute? This thing has a chute, I think, somewhere. There we go. Unleash the chute. There we go. So we have landed the F4 Phantom at Innsbruck in the Austrian Alps. Okay, one more ICAO code. We've been streaming for 4 hours. One more ICAO and we're done. Somebody pick one. Hello, everybody. I want to go over a few things. I'm watching another YouTube video. Thanks. I try to do my best. I tell you, I can land anything but airliners. So, another IKO. Oh, we're going to take off from the Isle of Man. And we're going to do it in a pip stroll to end it. So, we're going to fly, since nobody's said anything about what airport they want to fly from. We're going to take the pip stroll, which is my favorite plane, and we're going to fly from the Isle of Man, EGNS. As a matter of fact, I'm going to give y'all a treat just for watching, because I do have some ortho scenery that I can use. It's just going to take me a second to set it up. We have to exit out, and you actually get to see me set it all up. Hello, Caballo. Yeah, X-Plane 10, I have it. You'll see it in a second. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and exit out of here. We're going to load up some Ortho 4 XP scenery. But I don't have it installed on here, so I have to go through the whole... Thanks for subscribing there, Caballo. So you're going to see me... You're going to get to see me do this, because I'm just streaming this one window. So we're going to quit out of here. I'm going to load up some Ortho 4 XP scenery, and then you can see how realistic this can actually look. So I'm going to exit the sim here, and you'll get to see how we do this. So I already have these tiles made, so I'm just going to go into here and go to it's on another drive, so I don't know how this is going to work. So I have this on this drive, and I need to access my Ortho 4XP scenery, and we need the tiles, and these are all the ortho tiles that I have currently. So we're going to grab these, and just to show you how much space this takes up, so we're going to go into properties and just watch those gigs just count up. Still going. These are just the ortho tiles, the tiles that we'll use on X-Plane now. So this is 282 gigs of scenery that I created for X-Plane 11. Crazy. It took 3 days. I did this over 3 days, creating all this scenery. 282 gigs, about 45 minutes per tile. So to do this, we are going to grab these, or I'm going to grab these. And I don't want to copy them. What I want to do is create shortcuts to them, so just hang on a second. So, create shortcuts. And I've grabbed all these shortcuts. So now, instead of throwing that 282 gigs of scenery onto a 250 gig SSD, which I do not have the space for, I'm simply going to create links to it. And we're going to copy these. Actually, we're going to cut these. And we're going to go over to this. We're going to go into X-Plane 11. We're going into custom scenery, and we are going to paste them here. So paste. There we have all this scenery here. Next, we're going to go back over to that secondary drive. Would you stop screaming? And we're going to grab this folder here and create a copy and create a shortcut. Go back to here, go back to X-Plane, go back to custom scenery, and paste it in here. There's one thing we have to do. We have that all done. Now we have to start X-Plane back up and let it load. Once it's loaded, we have to shut it back down again, because It's the easiest way to get all those onto your scenery INI file, scenery packs.ini file. Okay, so now we're going to quit. We're going to go back into our file here. Go to custom scenery, and what we want is we want the scenery packs.ini file. And you can see this is the reason, because it throws everything on top, and your ortho scenery needs to be at the bottom layer of your scenery pack. So I'm going to go ahead and grab all of these, cut, and paste. And that's it. We can actually put these. I do have X Organizer, but for some reason it doesn't put the Y overlay, and people need to know how to do this by hand anyways. And we're gonna leave that there because I don't think it needs to go anywhere else. And now all we do is need file, save, exit. We can exit out of here, and now we can fully start X-Plane back up. Okay, we're going to do new flight, and I'm not sure if I have Innsbruck, so we're not going to start there. I am sure that we can do Winslow, which is in the Arizona desert. So we will start there, and we will start in the Pipstrel. And here we go. I should have probably done a video of Winslow and the area around Flagstaff and Sedona, Arizona, without with just the stock scenery before I flew it with the ortho scenery. Now I don't know how this is going to perform because I'm pulling the scenery from a hard drive and I'm running the game from an SSD. The frame rates might not be that great. I might have to lower the objects a little bit. We'll see. But there's nothing out there. I mean, it's all desert, so it shouldn't be that bad. Okay, it's still loading, so give it time here. What's loading now is it's loading up 282 gigs of scenery. So it's going to take a few minutes. I probably should have just loaded the Winslow area. I don't know how long this is going to take to load. Oh. There's the water cooler. Radiator, fan on the radiator for the water cooler coming on. So my treat to you guys for watching for 4 hours and 15 minutes is some photorealistic scenery. If it works and if my computer doesn't blow up first. That sounds like it's about to take off. Literally. And that would be something since the case for this thing weighs about 90 pounds. So I could have made a cup of coffee and a Keurig by now. Done with preloading. And that's loading the AI aircraft. Oh, I wouldn't even want to guess how many gigs one continent is. Okay, so this is the ortho scenery. And this is Winslow, Arizona. The desert. The ridges over here is the mountains just outside Flagstaff. Down there is Sedona. North of there is the Grand Canyon. This is the Pipistrel Panthera for the people that haven't seen it before. I fly it regularly because it's like my favorite GA aircraft. Yeah, this is all zoom level 17, by the way. And I'm not going to need this entire runway to take off, so I'm not going to use the entire runway. This thing will take off, rotation speed 63 knots. Yep, the best plane in X-plane right now. A little Pipistrel Panthera. Okay, on the runway, take off. Got one notch of flaps in. She'll rotate at 63 knots. There's 63. Rotate. We're up in the air. Gear up. Look at aircraft on the TCAS. I don't know where they're at though. Oh, he's way up there. Bring our flaps up. We're going to make a turn out to the west. We're on 250 degrees is the heading we want. There we go. Autopilot is going to come on now. I'm going to throw that autopilot on. Roll. We're just going to select the heading, and it doesn't save my headings, my setups. So there we go. That will do. So heading and pitch. We're going to pitch for 6,000 feet, which is good enough. And we're going to climb in indicated airspeed mode. There we go. So now we're climbing up. It's indicated airspeed mode. You can see the dune layout here, the shadows from the dunes. You've got this plane, right, Beanie? I know you do. So this is the photoreal scenery for this portion of Arizona. What we'll do is we'll fly over the Sedona. So we'll just do a couple quick flights with the ortho scenery. We're going to fly from here. We'll fly to Sedona. And then the final flight will fly around Jackson Hole, so we'll fly in the Grand Tetons, and you can see the Grand Tetons with the ortho scenery. But first, we're going to hit a landmark. And it's directly ahead of us. Right there. Let's go ahead and climb to about 7,000 feet, though, so we can see it better. Or 7,500. Climb in indicated airspeed mode up to 7,500 feet. Put the terrain on, look at the terrain. We can check out this traffic on the TCAS.
Approaching altitude.
An aircraft at 5,600 feet above us. He's 12 nautical miles out. He's heading 262 and his ground speed is 296 knots. Let's come over to ADS meet. So like Beanie said, this is the best general aviation aircraft you can have now for X-Plane 11 currently. And there it is, fellas, my friends. That monstrosity right there is the meteor crater, also known as the Barrier crater. This crater changed the world because before they discovered that this crater was made by an asteroid, craters were all thought to be volcanic. This is the crater that confirms to the world that Earth had been bombarded by asteroids. We'll fly over it in a second. And this is really here. This is really in Arizona. It's between Flagstaff and Winslow. About 14 miles west of Winslow to be exact. Another interesting aviation note is that in the 1960s, a Cessna 150 tried to fly from one side to the other. It's 1,200 feet across. This crater is 300 feet deep. A Cessna 150 tried to fly across it, lost lift in the middle of the crater, stalled, and crashed in the bottom of it. And the wreckage of that Cessna 150 from 1965 is still in the bottom of the crater. Let's get you a good view of the crater. Oh, let's get a good hold the camera here. So there's the visitor center we're flying over now. There's the crater. Okay, so we need to go to Sedona and land. So it's Flagstaff would be if we continue up this road ahead of us. Flagstaff would be up there. So we're going to fly to Sedona, which is going to be further down here.
Approaching altitude.
I actually don't know the ICAO code for Sedona. Have a good evening, Andre. Thanks for watching, man. I'll probably start streaming this every night. Maybe. Maybe not for 4 hours. We've been streaming here. But, excuse me, pardon me while I try to look up this code. And arrange things and looking. Range knob. KSEZ, that should be Sedona right there. So let's load her into the GTN 750, shall we? So to do that, we're just going to go in the flight plan here, add a waypoint. KSEZ for Sedona, yes it is. And we're going to fly direct to it, okay. And we're good to go. We can go into, turn the autopilot back on. Lower the speed before it takes us back down to 7,500 feet. Roll is going to be set to nav. I'm hoping this thing pulls up. Yep, it's going to pull up. We have about a 10-minute flight to Sedona. We'll land at Sedona and then we'll warp up to Jackson Hole. We'll take off, we'll fly around the Grand Tetons, land back at Jackson Hole, and that'll be the end of the stream because that's going to be about 5 hours. I cannot believe I've been streaming for 5 hours. One of kind of arrivals they'll give us for Sedona. Load arrival. GPS 03. There's no 421. Might help if I set the CI to this point instead of navs. Sorry about that. Now we'll make our turn. Intercept the track. So if you look at here, we have aircraft 4,700 feet above us. We have a aircraft 5,300 feet above us and descending, it looks like. He's actually overtaking us too. Yep, we have an aircraft 5,000 feet above us and he's descending. But he's at 650 knots, so it's probably an airliner. I don't know, 650 knots is probably not an airliner, it's probably an F4. Another aircraft off to our right, 4,700 feet above us. Whatever's above us right now is going to overfly us in a second. I don't even see it, whatever it is. There it is. I have no idea what it is, but whatever it is, hauling ass. There it is. Yeah, we need to gain some altitude here. Let's head up to 9,000 feet and we'll go and indicate airspeed rate.
Approaching altitude.
So yeah. I have no idea what this huge lake is. This is probably one of the biggest reasons to buy X-Plane is that you can create photorealistic scenery like this for free. The only thing it costs is your power bill because it's going to use up a lot of your CPU to create it. And your time. It's 45 minutes per tile at least. And hard drive space. Averages around 3 to 7 gigs per tile. see little traffic cars riding around the road down there. Sedona is a cool airport. I don't know if anybody's actually watched and seen a plane land at Sedona or watched it on a sim, on a live stream, people flying to Sedona. But the airport is actually on a plateau. It's pretty cool looking. You'll see it in a minute. Trying to pull up some information. I want to know what altitude the airfield is at. Okay, it's 4,830 feet is the airport altitude. We have about 3 minutes until we're there. And then we're going to turn and we'll probably land on runway 3. So the stream has officially hit 4 hours and 31 minutes long. Longest I've ever streamed anything. But if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be streaming this long. So thanks a lot. Thanks for watching. I enjoy having people that here are interested in flight simulation, interested in the stream. Okay, Sedona is that little airport right there on that little plateau. Okay, so for brevity's sake, we're going to disengage autopilot.
Autopilot disconnect.
We're going to go ahead and slow down, we'll lower our flaps. We'll land on runway 21 instead of runway 3. And once we've landed, we've stopped, we'll move to Jackson Hole. I also have Seattle on here too. Gear going down. Flaps to notch 1, 15 degrees. see 2 whites. Is that 2 reds? Hard to see from here. Looks like 2 reds. Sedona Airport, and we're back below the glide slope, so we'll go back on the glide slope. Low the glide slope, back on the glide slope. Kicking the last notch of flaps, full flaps now. You don't want the power to come back too much. 69 knots ought to be good. We're high. We're going to land long, but we've got plenty of airfield, and this thing stops very quickly. Plenty of runway space. Give us a little, there we go. And we're down. We haven't been able to take the first taxiway. First exit. Yeah, Sedona is one of the more picturesque airports just because of where it's at. So, for those of you who don't have X-Plane 11, there is a replay mode, so I can actually toggle and go back. And rewind it. And we can watch the landing from here. So we'll spin around, we'll get a good look at the landing here. We'll slow it down once we get close to landing. Going slow-mo. Watch the undercarriage when we hit the ground. Watch the landing gear. There's a little rollout. Okay, we'll hit Kate Jack real quick. We might not even take off. Depending on how long it takes to load. Hopefully this thing loads. Reading new scenery. Do some DCS multiplayer one day. Why? So you can shoot me down? That's no fun. Okay, this is Jackson Hole. Right here. So this is Jackson Hole, Wyoming. I'm not going to take off from here because what I'm going to do is I'm going to move to Virginia, where I live at, and we're going to end the stream there. So this is the Jackson Hole area with Ortho 4XP scenery. There's the Grand Teton Mountain, or the Grand Tetons rather. This is Jackson Hole Airport. And that's it. So like I said, we're just going to move to a different airport. We're going to move to KZF, which is Shannon Airport, which is near my hometown. That's not it. So we want Shannon Airport. I forgot what it was even. There it is, KZF. And we're going to start a flight. This will be the last flight for the night, and we're going to fly to Culpeper Regional and land and be done. Because this is now 4 hours and 42 minutes long. But like I said, if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't stream this long. I'd really like to thank you guys for watching too, because you gave me a break from my Battlestar Galactica binge watching. I've been binge watching the 2004 2009 Battlestar Galactica on Hulu. So usually in the evenings when I get home, it's just binge watching. So just gonna let this load up. It's not a long flight from Shannon to Culpeper. It's only about 30 minutes. Probably not even that long. It's probably gonna be about 15 minutes because it's about 45 miles from Fredericksburg to Culpeper. But we do have the back taxi down this runway. So just to give you a quick view. This is actually the Ortho 4XP scenery from my hometown. It's a town of 20,000 people. It's a Civil War town. Two huge Civil War battles were fought here. The first Battle of Fredericksburg, the second Battle of Fredericksburg. Both times the Union Army had to come across this river and attack the Confederate troops that were on the hillside, entrenched on the hillside here. And the town wasn't this big, and it stopped here, so they had to come across this open field against Confederate troops that are entrenched on this hillside. and they got beaten the first time. The second time they finally took it. So everywhere I live, everywhere in this part of Virginia is a battlefield. So I could go out my backyard now and probably dig up half a dozen bullets, some war bullets. So we're just going to back taxi down here. This farm next to this runway, this farm right here, this is Slaughter Pen Farm. It's another part of the Fredericksburg battlefield. All this area behind on the other side of the railroad tracks, that's all battlefield. It's parkland. It's a federally protected battlefield. Wow, that train is disappearing. Check it out. Okay, I'm going to turn... I might have to turn the... What do you mean? How do I move around? There's several different ways to... Oh, look around. I can look around with the hat switch on the joystick, or you can look with mouse look. You can just use your mouse and click on the screen and just drag it and look with mouse look. You can move... Yeah, so you can move. Let me hit the brakes here. Park brake. So you can move right. You can move left. You can move up. You can move down. Those are with the arrow keys. Comma and period move in and move out. So comma is out. Period is move in. And W is to go back to your regular view. And a lot of the third-party aircraft have pre-assigned views, so we have this view. This is controlled by the number pad, so number 1 in the number pad is this, 2 is this, 3 is this, 4 is this, so we're in the back seat. 5, we're looking back down here. 6, back here. 7, we're looking out the left, from the left wing. 9, we're looking from the right wing, and 8, we're looking from above and behind. So these are all preset up views for this aircraft, and it's different for every third-party aircraft. 0 takes you looking back down here to nothing. So we'll go ahead and take off. We'll fly over the city of Fredericksburg, head west to Culpeper. Go ahead and put the flaps down. 63 knots, we can rotate. Gear up, watch the deer coming across the runway. Flaps up, we're above all the obstacles. That below us is the Rappahannock River. Flying over Stafford County now. On the left is the city of Fredericksburg. We're getting bad frame rates now because of the amount of trees that are here. Only the amount of trees, the amount of buildings in this city. And remember, we're running at max on the object count on a first gen i7, so it's not going to be perfect. We have aircraft above us It's descending, but it's going to be way away from us by the time it gets down here. It's the Rappahannock River. We tube and canoe and kayak down that all the time. This little watery area right here is a rock quarry that's actually been filled in. It's about 200 feet deep. So we're going to fly direct to KCJR, which is Culpeper Regional Airport. If I had a real plane, that'd be the closest airport to where I actually live at. So to do that, we're going to go ahead and remove that waypoint and remove this and fly direct to select waypoint KCJR, Culpeper Regional, activate. And now we want to turn the autopilot on, set roll mode and nav, set pitch to, we're going to set this 6,000 feet. I'm going to climb indicated airspeed mode. We only need to be 6,000. Let's go up to 4,000 feet, not 400. All right, Beanie.
Approaching altitude.
Thanks for watching. This is my last flight anyway, so once I land at Culpeper, I'm done. That'll be 5 hours of streaming X-Plan 11. So. So this is all Ortho 4XP scenery. I have Ortho 4XP scenery for the entire state of Virginia. It's where I live. It's the state I live in, so I've got the entire Ortho 4XP scenery for it. It's funny when I tell my European friends, I have a couple friends that live in the Netherlands, and a lot of times Europeans that have never been to the United States don't actually realize how big it is. For instance, the state of Virginia, this state that I live in, and that you see all the scenery for, 2 of the countries of Netherlands can fit in this state. How big it is. Denmark could fit in this state. Belgium could fit in this state. Well, actually 2 or 3 times Belgium could fit in this state. I think Denmark has a population of what? Denmark has a population of 5 million people. We have 3 million more people than they do, just in this state. If you look, there's nothing. I mean, for most of Virginia, this is how it's like. It's nothing. There's farms, little houses here and there. Until you get to cities, it's really nothing. So we're going to be at Culpeper here in a second. About 3 minutes. That's how close I am to this place. Off in the distance, you can see the Blue Ridge Mountains. From my place in Culpeper, I can actually see the mountains from there. That's why I love there. I love living there. This Culpeper Regional Airport is right here. And this is exactly what it looks like, including the hangars. It looks exactly like this. So I'm going to go ahead and kill the autopilot.
Autopilot disconnect.
We'll go ahead and start a descent. Just going to fly a little further southwest and then northwest. That makes sense. Whatever. I'm tired. We're going to fly a little bit further in this direction and then we're going to turn back and land. Kick our first notch of flaps in. Just to make it interesting, we'll go ahead and truck roll time. What's my airspeed here? Are low. Alright, we're on the glide slope now. Kicking the last notch of flaps. We're at full flaps now. Landing lights coming on. crossing the fence. We are down. We're actually going to turn around and take this first taxiway. Might have to be out in the grass, but we'll be alright. I'd like to thank everybody for watching. This was a monumental flight, 5 hours, 1 minute, 35 seconds so far of live streaming X-Plane 11. I'd like to thank people that stayed here for like hours to watch. I'd like to thank y'all for staying here an hour. You know, it really means a lot when people stick around and actually watch these long live streams. Had it not been for y'all, there's no way I would have live streamed for more than an hour. So, those of you who subscribed, thanks for subscribing. Those of you who donated, you know, thanks for donating. I never really expected to make anything of this, but I'll try to be back on tomorrow night, probably around 3:30 Eastern US time, and I probably won't stream for 5 hours. Probably stream for an hour, 2 hours. If you have an airport that you'd like to see for like the ortho scenery or anything like that, you can send me a message on YouTube. My YouTube name, it's just Epic Zeus without the X's, or you can search X-Plane 11 and Epic Zeus, and then you'll find. You can send me a message on there. If you want an airport, if there's an airport that you want for ortho scenery or anything like that, you can message me on there. Other than that, thanks for watching, and I will see you guys later.